Hello? It is time to make progress. So, I've thought about this a little bit, and any thoughts that I had about it I have now forgotten. So there's that. Oh. What a great start. Okay. Let me put my hair back. Jeez. Okay. What thoughts did I think about this? This was one thing that I realized I was doing wrong. So let me change this back to while I is less than or equal to, yeah, this one just can be length. I realized, pretty much laying down, as I often do, dreaming of my own code that I was writing, I realized this line was wrong. This line was really bad, because it is not dividing by every byte, which would dramatically overestimate the value. It should have been dividing by this value divided by 60. This should have been the value. And yes, I know this is integer division, ignore that. Comment that out. Let me run this and see if this gets me a color now. Because essentially the idea is that I would run through the entire sky. I don't think I got anything that time, and in fact it's like even extra busted and not showing me anything. Alright. Continue. Okay, we've got a color. So yeah, this would essentially be length to horizon divided by 60. So this should, I think, give me a color over 1. Perhaps? Nice. I've got a color over 1. Excellent. The only issue is that this is divided by 17 and now it's luminance 1.817. Yeah. I mean, I guess if I think about it, this does account for, you know, the fact that you have to top the atmosphere that's not. Right, but also, Okay. Also, though, I have to multiply it by essentially its density. Yeah, you can kind of see that it does get dark kind of fast. So there's essentially this density function. I kind of want to keep all these. This one I can go back here. Sky altitude, sky texture, pixel density. Awesome. I'm really glad I kept this one. So, a bunch of lines. I think what I'm doing is I'm multiplying it by this pink line. Because essentially you get to a point where the texture, you know, at the top of the texture, you have a single pixel directly above you that is mapped to like 200 pixels. So why are we locked to like that value though? It's a bit strange. Yeah, what was this line? I don't know what this was. I will leave them though. So essentially, I have, I think this. Yeah, I think this pink line is what I'm counting. This orange line. 1 plus x minus f of x. I think it should be this pink line. Because I have 1 minus x. I think the 1 minus x just translates it forward or something. But this function is essentially how many pixels there are at that spot. Or not even at that spot, just the density of pixels at that height. So x would be 0, but this would actually be translated forward. So this would be more like, what if I just do x? F of x. Okay, interesting. I wish I had some explanation for what this meant. But there it is. Does 1 represent a certain value? Oh, would this be like 0? Negative x, 0.5. Okay. Yeah, what did I have written here? Oh, so there's a bunch of functions in here? I just have vertical lines all over the place. What is all this? I don't know what any of these are for. So honestly, I'm going to delete those because I don't think those are relevant to what I'm doing. I'll add a note. Essentially say density multiplier, and this would be 1 plus x minus f of x. This is I mean a mistake, but I'm just gonna say I don't know what that is. So this is the formula I'm looking for. This one, let me add a note here. This is like the Y transform. Like the original Y transform function, and then I would have a simplified. I mean, this just kind of looked cool because of how it was all like... Because that line becomes tangent there at 1, essentially. Sick. Okay. So essentially, I think this piece at the front is... What is this piece? How do I translate this? The reason it's strange is because this 1 minus x, the variable that I have is my y location. So I know my y position in the image. Oh, what's the area under this curve? Should this be 1? Should this be 1? This should be 1. Yeah, this should be 1, but I'm just gonna check anyway, I guess. Of... Not 1. Not 1. Why is it not 1? What about f of x? Not 1. This one's closer to 1. What about this guy? That can't be 1. That could not be 1. Because this is a whole big chunk that's taken out, and then you'll have a little bit on the top. If it's not 1, then that's kind of an issue. Because this should be 1. Also, it seems strange. Maybe this is just really dumb, what I'm doing. Maybe the real density is... Because if I think about how this is really done, this is essentially just a transformation on sine. Why the square roots here? Why are there square roots? Because essentially what I do is I take... Yeah, just do cosine. Or this would be my y. Well, I guess that's transmit, so I would really be looking at this one. The horizontal direction, swap y and z. So ray direction y becomes z. The y becomes see. A sine. I guess your input would be... Right, yeah. This is arc sine. So this is arc sine. I shouldn't be using sine inverse, I should be using... I don't remember. Are these the same thing? No. Are the same. They're not the same. Dude, what is that? Arcsine is a better notation. So the arcsine of the sine of x is equal to the sine of the arcsine of x, which is also equal to x. Right. Okay. So I should probably be saying arcsine. I just want to make sure I really understand this before I continue. So the absolute value over pi times 0.5, which I guess would be the equivalent of 2 absolute elevation over pi. Yeah, these are the same function. Don't know why you would write it that way, but I guess you would. So we have the absolute value of this. That almost like makes a heart. And then he takes the square root of this, which seems a bit strange. I'm not sure what the point of that is. Makes it even more heart-shaped. So essentially the mapping is, for this input, for like 0.63 I read 0.2 down. right? And then he would multiply it by the sine times 0.5 and add 0.5. Multiply by the sine of the arc sine times 0.5 plus 0.5. Right? So that's the full proper function. And let me call this one O. Put this one up here. Call this one O. And I want to know the area under this one. I expect this one to be 1, because this should be half and that should be half. Well, I guess it would be this one plus half of that one. So essentially this one doubled, I guess, is what it would really be. So I want 2... I really expect this to have an area of 1. It's not. So then to 1. Huh. Okay. So that does have an area of 1. Precisely 1. Yeah. I mean, it would have to, right? So, I mean, maybe I should probably be starting over from this, because this bit's actually more important than I had it originally. I didn't really have that there. So this is the full mapping. And essentially whatever function I come up with has to have a value of 1. So value of -1, we get 0. Value of +1, we get 1. And it's a non-linear thing. I mean, let me just look at, just to get an idea. So there's the original line. Just hide that. So here's the original density, right? So would I just say, take the difference between these two functions, and this is the density that I know it is? Is that how that works? Would it essentially be this value over that value? Because we have these crossing points where essentially these are worth the same, right? This area would be worth This is the weird thing. Because it essentially, when you think of a line and you basically like squash it so you get these higher curves right at the middle, which is the point of this function, is to give you more density at the middle. There's also the thought that once we reach 1, we essentially have a lot of pixels being put on one portion of the sky, pretty much being put at the same point. So I just want to see what would this be? I guess this should be the sine of x. The sine of x over pi, or the sine of pi x. Sine of pi over x half, right? This square root function is strange. Essentially what I know is that when you reach 1, your density kind of goes to infinity. The weird thing is I can't think of a function just off the top of my head that would give me a positive value just by subtracting these two on both sides. Because this would be a value over 1, and this would be a value over 1. This would be 1 exactly. But then both of these would be over 1. Can I really like the same point twice? It's funny. So with this, I mean, I guess just... Where does this go? Yeah, it becomes... Yeah, this is my simplified function. Which is the same thing as it was over there, but without the absolute value. And this one, I mean... Why does it look correct? It almost looks correct. It does have a wild shape, though. One minus x. Is this how I figured that these were the same? I looked at this line and I saw that they crossed and these two lines cross at the same point. These two lines do not cross at the same point. Wrong one. I guess essentially what I would think is that I mean, these two should intersect at nearly the same coordinate, right? But they don't. Why not? I guess my thinking is this would all be over 1. And then once we hit this point, then we cross to being 1. So it would be up here, and then we go under 1 at this point. And then this would approach 0 very quickly. From here. Should it instead be, instead of 1 minus x, it should be minus x over 2? No. Should it be point? I mean, that can't be correct. Can we call this L of y? L of x, I guess. And then do essentially O of x over L of x. Does the square root already account for something's just strange about this. I feel like I need to think about it for a bit. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to account for the fact that the pixel density does not match the density on the dome. One way that I can map that density would be I guess it would essentially be the arc cosine, right? How can I condense this more? That's not how it works. mean, I'm just like creating arcsign out of this. What is the density of stuff on a circle? It is the square root, right? But this would essentially be like the opposite of that. Does this already... Yeah, this is the thing that I can't quite figure out. Essentially, I would have this be inverted, sign of negative x. I guess it'd be 1 minus x. This is how much... This is like the value of each pixel. The square root of 1 minus x. So should this actually be the square root of 1 minus x over that value? Probably. The simplified curve is there. What a weird value, though. Yeah, should this be the square root of 1 minus x? Essentially, the idea is that at this 0 point, we're mapping 1 to 1. These lines cross here. Maybe what I've liked to see is that these cross here. All three of these points hit here. And this value very quickly hits, you know, basically a really hard asymptote, right? But I guess I'm not sure. I mean, no matter what, at least multiplying it by 1 minus x, the square root of 1 minus x is going to be a better approximation. But I still have to consider the fact that this is not... Oh, right. I've just realized. So this is an under density is what this is. At this point. Essentially, I move slightly far away from 0, but I move very far away on the x. So this would really mean that at this point, this value should be less than 1. I should be counting for these pixels less. So should this be the other way around? No, because that literally goes to infinity, I think. Or would this just be... I mean, perhaps. I mean, I would still like expect to see these like kind of cross, like share some intersection point, particularly this one. But every line I draw here doesn't reach that. What if it's just x minus f of x? That line's messing with me. Now this one for sure. This term is absolutely needed. This... Ah, would this be like a multiplier then? Would it be... This would be an additional multiplier. This wouldn't be a division. This would be an additional multiplier. So it would be more like... I mean, I just drew a half circle there. Almost a half circle, not quite. It would almost be more like this. It should probably be 1 minus x. What does this look like without that term? I mean, I've essentially just flipped it around, right? Would this really be like that? I guess I'm just curious to know. This wouldn't be half, right? This could be half. If it's half, then I'm going to say I found it. And I'm just going to believe that as proof that I found it, if this is half. It's not. Yeah, in theory, whatever function I end up arriving at should be the equivalent of that. So what if I did O of x? Very odd. Definitely. It is quite close to half, though. Could this be 1 minus x? No, that doesn't really make much sense. I guess what I would want to do is I'd want to stretch this out to go from or I guess this would be is that it? No. Very strange. I keep making like half circles. What is 1 minus x? I would want to see 1 plus x, or just x, actually. So I guess I'm more thinking of x over f of x. Would this be like plus 1? Yeah, I'm really trying to figure this line out. So let me try to transform this one up, I guess. So I just have this. Should be like times 1/2 plus 1/2. Yeah, it looks like the same thing to me. So then I would think x plus 1/2 over f of x times this value. That's a crazy shape. But, that is kind of a crazy shape. Really. But I guess this makes sense. This area would be worth less than 1. And apparently we start going up, we start matching, and then we would have to drop down to 0. Maybe this is what I was looking for. For some reason this one just feels right. Even though it does say the area under this curve is like not 1. Should I instead do this value and then, because these don't come out to be the same thing. Yeah, those don't come out to be the same thing. One plus x minus f of x. What if it would be this? I mean, where did this come from? I don't know. Yeah, the values under these curves are bad. This is f of x. So I guess this would actually need to be or not. Yeah, this was that before it was simplified. I mean, these do cross 1 at the same point. I mean, is that a sign, though? I guess it is. I mean, this is just a pure difference function, is what this really is. Maybe this should be 1 over f of x. Making some crazy shapes for sure. Yeah, I don't think it's really this difference. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, the difference doesn't make sense to me. But this maybe makes a bit of sense to me. That wouldn't make sense. That shouldn't be getting larger. Like 1/2. Zero. Yeah, I'm just making a half circle. I mean, it must be this line. These two over each other have to be it. So let me say it's this. It will be L of x over O of x multiplied by this. And I mean, I guess I do get intersections everywhere, so. Because this makes sense. This line would be less than 1. But then as we get further and further up, we end up having just less and less. So I wonder if I could simplify this then. So I could do 1/2 or times 1/2 plus 1/2. So now this one can be substituted out for f. And then L, I mean, it's just the same thing. X over 2 plus 1/2. Why is the curve not 1 or even 1/2? Or even like half of pi or something. I mean, I guess what I'm really measuring is... why didn't I think of that? The surface area of a sphere. How would you calculate this? What's the surface area of a sphere? 4 pi r squared. The surface area of my sphere is 1, so it'd be 4 pi. 12 is the surface area. So another question is, would I do like 4 pi times... what's pi over 4? It's not really that close. 4 pi. If we're dividing it by 2, this would then just be 2 pi. Would I then multiply this by 2 pi? Or does this already give me that? Because yeah, I think maybe now what I should do is have a multiple of 2 pi. Or I guess a multiple of 4 pi. No, because it's still not giving me like a half. Oh wait, this is d of x. Oh yeah, that is it. Let me call this capital D, just so I can be sure. Because that's yeah, if you have a sphere and you cut it in half, you have, by definition, you would have 2 pi on this hemisphere and 2 pi on the bottom hemisphere, and I'm trying to calculate the surface area, something related to the surface area of the top half, the top hemisphere. And mapping this to some kind of density. But multiplying it by this doesn't really make sense. Yeah, this doesn't make sense because essentially I would need some kind of formula to have, we call this S. S of x is equal to that. And then essentially the area under this curve, whatever I multiply this by, should be 2 pi still. Right? If I've done it correctly. If I have essentially just some kind of fancy, well, not there. Yeah, essentially this is just a fancy way of having a curve go from 0 to 1. And it would need to be 2 pi. So this, I'm missing a third of it, right? What if this was multiplied by d of x? I already know it's not going to be good. So yeah, still not good. Times 1, I get 1, right? There should be a mapping. Essentially, I'm translating a square to a hemisphere. Let me just search this up. Density of pixels on a hemisphere. Square image to sphere. Photographical image of a sphere, a circle with a radius r, blah blah blah. How can one calculate the equivalent area of a sphere covered by each pixel? Actually, I guess what I'm doing is, yeah, I'm just trying to map. Do I even need to look at this? Because this code would be here, right? In the sky shader. Because they get some... I guess that's not exactly how this works. Well, I am mapping. Damn. Oh my gosh. I'm already mapping a square to a sphere by this function. I'm already doing that, mapping a square to a sphere. So this is the density of pixels. This is the value. Also, I've thought about using bicubic interpolation on the skybox as well, so I don't have to do this clamping thing. Because the reason I have to do this is because I have to enable linear interpolation on the image texture. The picture photograph on the sky texture in order to get it to not have a seam. But if I do my own bicubic interpolation, that means I can now use nearest, and I don't have to do this. I don't have to do this dumb clamping. I'm not like removing pixels from the sky, which is literally what this does. This removes pixels from the sky. Really just one. I think this probably maps out to be about 1 pixel or something that I have to cut out. But if I just did my own bicubic interpolation, which I have a lot of it already written. Pretty much up here, I already have it like written up here. And it did like nothing. I guess this is only happening because whenever I do sample it, I'm sampling it from a very small portion of the image, you know? And if I do it here, then I would already have some values, so I could probably even cache them. I would still have to do the 4 lookups, but I would only have to, I would have this value. This value I would have. I mean, I guess not, because lookup texture and the sky texture are different sizes, and the moon. Oh, why did I think of that? Whatever. What was I doing? I already have the transformation that I apply. This is the transformation. This takes Also, yeah, this should definitely just be 2.0 times that instead of that, so we don't have this weird extra 0.5 multiplication just randomly in there. So that is the transformation that I apply. This is the transformation. This already gives me 1. The area is 1. So I guess really I would have a function that should give me this value if I do it right. Or would it give me such a value at all? I don't know. Yeah, I think it should be times the square root of 1 minus x. Because, I mean, this is quite literally it, right? This is the true density of pixels as we go up the sphere, as we get closer to 1. And then this one is more of a mapping. So I know that at this point, these pixels should be worth less. At this point, the pixels should be worth more. And these do cross at the same point. 707, 107. It could also be instead of 1 minus x, it could be probably like a cosine of x. Does that make sense? It could be times cosine. Oh, you know, it might actually be. I need to map this to 1. How do I get that to be 1? Okay. It could be this. Instead of the square root, it could be this. Because the area under this curve is 1? Should be 1. Should be 1, right? Should be 1. It could be 1. It could be some multiple of pi. That value, which that's not pi over 2. Okay. Wait. Put that back. What about 0? 6, 3, that's the value here. So what if it was this? Maybe that's what this is supposed to be. Maybe it would actually be... this. Right, let me say, yeah, let me call this S of X. I guess just what gets me is that I can never quite get this to look like a number that makes any sense. It would either be half, it would be 2 pi, like even like pi over 4, I don't know. I mean, it's like a weird value, right? I mean, this is really close to that. Cosine over pi. Bring this value up to 1, maybe? If I square root this, can I just throw that in? No, I can't. Is that pi over 4? So strange. Yeah, it's not even the same thing. One minus x inverts it. And then I guess I wouldn't do this add or this multiply. Is that it? It's like very close. to that. It's the closest one I've gotten to like 0.5 so far, but still just, it can't be correct. Would it just be this? S? I mean, like without that extra bit there. But I just try to invert it. I mean, I get a value over 1. What about this times, like... Is it over 2? What is this one? Yeah, x over 2 times pi. I guess there should just be 2 pi over x. 2 pi over x, I meant pi x over 2. Maybe I don't understand how this works. Clearly. I mean, I've just come up with a ton of functions that are like really just close to approximating. I mean, alright. Okay. Here's the thing. I know that this value is correct. This is like a true pixel density here. I guess what I need to do is decide whether or not x squared is better or cosine is better. Right? Is this better or is this better? This gives me a third. This gives me this value, which, I mean, what does this even approximate? It's like close to pi over 5. You have like 2 pi. Should I also be multiplying it by 2 pi? What if I multiply this by 2 pi? Times 2 pi. I get 4. Which is an interesting number, that I get 4. Should I multiply this by... I could also do 2 pi here. 4.18. It's like 2 pi over 3 or something? Or 3 pi over 4? This does get me a value of... Wait a second, is this it? Would I just multiply it by this? Wait, that could have been it. That could be it. So this would be pi over 2 times the cosine of pi x over 2. I mean, this gets me 1, and this is all, you know, just pi. Oh, but it's not quite 1. It's very close to 1. How is that not 1? I guess it's because this one is also not quite 1. Alright, what if I did... that? It gives me this really ridiculous looking curve. I mean, yeah. This does get me an area of 1, though. So I feel like this is probably maybe the closest I can get. I don't quite know. Because, yeah, this would mean each pixel... pi over 2. I guess if you think about the circumference of... I mean, I guess if you think about the area of this... This would be... Maybe it should be just pi. I guess even like 2 pi. Because if I think about how the density works on this image, one row should count for the horizon would count for how much of the surface area. I know I'm talking about like a line, but like generally, how much of the surface area is just on the radius or just on the equator horizon? It would be, I mean, the area of that, right? Pi. It'd actually be worth pi. That's how many times the diameter, right? So how many times the radius goes around it? Wait, what's the... Pi is... If you have a unit circle... Wait, yeah, what's the... Hang on. This is really sad that I don't... I guess I would be more looking for definition of pi. Circle's circumference to its diameter. Is that correct? Circle's circumference to its diameter. So my diameter is 1. So I know that the surface area at the horizon would be pi. But I mean, I guess this is 3 dimensions. And it says the surface area of a sphere is 4 pi r squared. Interesting. Because my thought here was I might do pi over 2 and then multiply this term by 2 pi. This is tough. I mean, I wonder if what I would be matching is just... Actually, yeah, what is... This doesn't really help, I think. It's more just to flatten it. What do I try to think of here? I mean, this is really close to 1, so I wonder if I'm just like, I'm almost there, but not quite. I mean, what's the area under this? Let's do ratio of x is equal to... I mean, like, how do people do math, man? How do people do this? Because I feel like I'm just really trying stuff. and seeing if I get anything that looks correct. Like, is this a terrible way to be doing math? Is this just like painful for anyone to watch? So this is 0.95, which I was kind of hoping that these might match. I mean, in theory they would match because I know that the area of this one, pi over 2, is 1. Because, I mean, if those match, then I was going to say, alright, cool, we did it. But, I mean, I guess obviously not. If I wanted them to match, what I would do is essentially just multiply by L of x or f of x. What's the meaning here? Again, what's my meaning? I think maybe it's just that I'm not going to get any nice number out of this. I'm not going to get anything that says, oh, this is obviously it now. It's more just that I have to trust the process of what I've done. And let me make this I guess actually what I could do is if I have a function whose area is 4 pi, so I'm just say 4 pi. So would this be like cosine x? So I need to compress it down to that. So this should be, yeah, times pi over 2. And then I would need to multiply this by 4 pi. Or just 4. I guess my thought was if I can model from -1 to 1, would this be like the square root of this? Actually, yeah. Is this a half circle? Is the area of this... Okay, I think I'm actually understanding it now. I think I might be getting something. Something useful. Because if I model... essentially the definition of the area of a sphere, that's pi over 2. I can recognize that number. It's not pi over 2. I mean, really, the definition of this would be the square root of x squared plus y squared. Or I guess this should just be 1, right? That's what I've really done here. You even say absolute value. That doesn't actually do it. I mean, this gets me that. But how close is, I guess, just cosine pi x over 2? The square root of that. It's really quite close. It is very close, in fact. Oh. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to model. Hang on. I mean, would this just be, what is this, just squared this? No. Yeah, how can I, what is this? How to write a circle with only cosine and sine, essentially, is what I want to do right now. I want to write a circle with sine and cosine only. Actually, yeah, would this just be squared then? Not really. Which is weird. Why do I get... Oh, I guess I wouldn't do this, would I? It would be... Would it just be this? Let me figure this out. Graph. I mean, if I say only x, I would just rewrite the equation. So I'd square both sides. Then I would subtract x. And then I would square root. So I just have y equals square root of 1 minus x squared. A squared? Yeah, I'm a genius. So 1 minus x was super close, but I needed x squared to get this curve. So, and the area, so now would this be that times square root of 1 minus x squared? Would I even do 4? Yeah, like would I do 4? Or would it just be this curve? Essentially the opposite of this curve. Well, no, because this is like my known pixel density that I have. And it would be essentially multiplied by that, I think. Let me hide some of these. That's gone. Interesting. Just like moves the curve up. One, 4, 1. E. Yeah, what's the value there, actually? Did I have A written anywhere? I've gotten rid of it. So I A at 0. That. What is... Would this be? Over the square root of 2? Over 2 squared. So the same thing as writing this. I squared over 4. Could I contract this on the x-axis? I guess what I know is that I should get a value that's really close to pi over 2 here. I don't know. It's very weird. I mean, okay. I guess all I'm really trying to do is get... this should be 1 here. These should cross the circle here. And then they would reach 0 here. So I mean, this is probably all correct. But I'm hesitant because I mean, this must be correct, right? Yeah, I mean, now that I think about it, I realize now this should really have no, like, exact match. This is just a mapping function to get pixels to be denser, or I guess more sparse, I should say. So as you look up your mapping, you have more pixels. I mean, that's really what this is doing. It's just a function that can get you the same area under this curve, right? This is still going to be 1 under this whole curve. A value from 0 to -1 to 1. This is what it would be. This is what it would be if we didn't have this mapping. This is what it is with this mapping. So what I need is I essentially need to have this term, which is my true density of pixels if I had a linear mapping, right? It would map like this. And this is the offset mapping. So essentially I need to convert from this value to this value. This percentage to this percentage. So this gets me a lower value here. So pixels here are worth less than normal. Here they would be worth the same. Here they'd be worth a little bit less until we cross. And pixels here are unfortunately worth more. But you have to, you know, when you move pixels here, you have to move them back somewhere else, right? So this function I should be confident is correct. I should be confident this is a correct function. even though I'm calculating the area under its curve is not, not quite right, or something like that, this should be what I'm looking for. So essentially at the horizon, I need to have some value for x, or I guess I can just run this division. I could probably find a better way to get this to be simplified. I mean, I guess essentially what I could do is just have a mapping of, let me call this S. Yeah, linear shaped, sure. F of x would be just x. 0 to 1. And then I would have, I guess, essentially this. Right. So these two should be the same. So if I were to display f of x over s of x, I get that curve, which, I mean, what should this really be? Should this be like... I mean, could I flip this? Not really, I think. I mean, I guess what I was hoping for is for this to match this other line. Would I just do... that? I mean, but it would need to be, like, flipped, actually. Why is it over the value? Hmm. I guess I would just do the full thing. I can compute this value. And then I would compute this value. And then I would divide them and then multiply by this. Okay. So this would map from 0 being the top, I guess, or the bottom of the world, really. 0.5 being the horizon, and then 0.5 to 1 being the top of the world. And we'll multiply it by this to get that, I guess. Let me add another note. Okay. All right, here it is. So I believe in this case, because of how I do this, I can just do it by x. So I can just take in the y value. All right, so yeah. Y will be a float, which will be equal to, I need to retrieve essentially this. What would this be? Just like I over size x. Does that get me there? No. What? No. Because this is gradually increasing. I guess what I want is an integer value. Or would this be size y? How do I get the rows out of this? I essentially want to take I back to 0, I guess. So would it be like I minus the modulo? Does that make sense? I guess it would be, wouldn't it? So this would essentially bring I back to this kind of sucks though. I feel like I could take out a division just by doing multiplication. Alright, let me come up with a better way to loop this. So essentially I want to start at I mean, it's probably best if I go through it in a row like this. I mean, okay, this is one division, right? What's position mod? Integer modulus of x divided by y that wraps equally in positive and negative. Do I really need that? I mod 3. Yeah, I just need modulo. I don't need that. So yeah, so I'm essentially just trying to snap it back like this, right? And then I would do, so now I have that value divided by the size of x. Would it be that, could I just do the size of x modulo I? Why is this kind of, I don't like that I don't know how to do this immediately, but whatever, figure it out. You know, I'm getting a sudden feeling here. Should I multiply that by 2? Or like 2 pi. I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna do it again. Because it's not just that this goes from, you know, 1 to 0. It is also that man, you know what? Okay. Sorry. A little distraction. I'm just not satisfied, I guess, with this. Because what's really going on is that this is a circle. Should this be... This should be a radius then, shouldn't it? The radius is 1. Oh wait, this is the diameter. No, the radius is 1. This should be 0.5. Because the radius is half. Just be x over 2. Let me see this really quick. Y is equal to the square root of this would be 1 over 4. Why does it look weird over there? Let me do 1 over 4 is equal to oh yeah, this would just be 1/2. Right. So this is the actual circle that I should be looking at. But then I would multiply this by 2. And then somehow I have to stretch this out. How do I stretch this out? 2 x over 2. I mean, now I'm just getting silly. Honestly. Yeah, what am I doing? This wouldn't be times 2. It would be that. Is this the function I'm looking for? I mean, no, I guess, okay, now maybe I'm kind of overthinking it a lot. A lot more than I should be. Should be x squared over 4. Yeah. I guess then I could just wrap this out to like this over 4. But I mean, this is just, yeah, that's just silly what I've done there. But I multiply this whole thing by 4 pi. Would I just do... Yes, sorry, I'm not happy with this. There's still something here that I don't have right. And I will sit here until I get it right, because it matters to me that this is perfect. Because I know for a fact that whatever I end up doing, I essentially want to get an area under this whole curve of being, of this side, to be 2 pi. It needs to be 2 pi. Like 5. This be 8. Okay. Why would that be 8? I mean, okay, really what my radius is 4 pi. That's my radius. My radius is actually pi. So yeah, times 4 is correct there. This makes it so that this now is right. Yeah? My radius is a half, because my full diameter is 1. I mean, I guess my... Actually, yeah, what is my radius? Yeah, my radius is 1 then, actually, isn't it? My radius is 1. So it should be 2 pi, so it should be 8. Why would this be 8? Why would this be 8? So I feel like I would think it'd be 4, not 8. Is it possible to simplify this so that I get, like, I bring this inside of here? I guess not. I guess if I were to bring it inside of here, then I would have to square it. So it'd be like 64. $128. 32. Would it be this one? Be this one? So this would just be the square root of 3. So it was 64. This would be 8. Okay. Because essentially what I want to do is I want to bring this out to... The reason I'm doing this is because the true surface area, this is essentially a sphere that I'm projecting. And I guess the radius would be 1 because, you know, you're going from -1 to +1. Right? The sphere is always 1 unit away from you. Just write 64 minus 64x. Yeah. So that turns this into 1. The area under the curve into 1. Not the area under the curve, but the area under the curve to be 2 pi. Which is the surface area of, you know, that. I could just multiply it by this and say this is probably close enough. But I think it's still probably more correct to then include this extra piece where the transform is nonlinear. Because if I were to multiply this by, I guess, L of x, this would be the result. Or I guess it wouldn't even be that. It would be L of x because if this is linear, the term out front has to be 1. Oh. the term out front would have to be 1 if this was actually linear. I guess it would just be L of x over L of x. And that gets me 1. So then what I have divided by the linear term should actually be S of x over this. That's really close to 1. But if I flip it, I get a value lower than 1. Which essentially says, if that's what that means, maybe it should be should it be 1 minus this? Should this be the multiple? I guess probably not. Essentially what I would want to do is I want to invert this. So that I actually get yeah, not like that. Would it really just be flipping like this? What does it mean for this value to be less than 1? It means that because I definitely know I shouldn't be multiplying it by this. Yeah, I really want to just invert that curve. But I feel like maybe that's not right. It's not the same. It's not the same. The minimum here is not the same as... Yeah, these are not the same. So I definitely need this, but I need to say this is more of the opposite of that. Actually, like 1 minus? No. Minus x? Yeah, how do I flip this over the x-axis? Or flip this over the... Why does it look so weird? Is this the same as just doing 2 minus? That seems right to me. Two minus this term. And this would be S over L. I end up with that value. But this is definitely not the same as that. Right, you can clearly see it's not the same. But this is still not exactly 1, which bothers me. Because this should be 1. If I divide this by 2, what if that's what I'm supposed to do it by? Times 1/2 plus 1/2. Is that the same as writing it's not. I mean, it got closer to 1. Yeah, I mean... I guess my wonder is, does this mean there are more pixels at the top of the atmosphere than the bottom? I mean, I don't think so. I know that this information is important. Would this really just be 2 minus? Because if I subtract these, this is the smaller value. Should get like 0 or something. Okay, I just get like a weird exaggeration of the curve. It's so close to 1. But it certainly isn't correct. What about... should it be... thought about some kind of subtraction where I'm taking the difference between these two. I would take the difference of this and then put that over the line. So I get this shape. Maybe it could be this. I don't get as close to 1. Interesting. I could just add a constant at the front to make it work. It doesn't work though. I feel like I'm definitely getting close though. This is the closest I've got. What am I not understanding about the relationship between these two? What if I did this and I add 1/2 plus x over 2? Well, funny, that just gets me straight back to that line. I mean, this did get me even closer. The thing is, this looks so similar to this value now. So I wonder if I would actually just like square root this times 1/2 plus 1/2. That gives me the closest I've gotten so far. That's very close. Am I closer without that? No. It's so strange. I mean, what term do I have to get out the front of this to get it to be... What is that number? Is this number anything? Let me ask. I mean, that's kind of a weird sentence, but... none of these. I did this once before, where I was able to get... It actually ended up giving me something really simple. I'm like, oh, that makes total sense. But none of these are really close to anything that looks usable. Throw in some factorials. This one's kind of interesting. A series of fractions over 61. How does it even come up with these? How does it even come up with these? Yeah, how does it actually discover these? This is it. It's crazy. Wow. I don't know. I mean, could it be possible that... I mean, I get so close. This is so close. It's so close. Is this close enough? What does this curve look like? I'm not actually locked. It starts at 8. I mean, this is already getting me, like, pi out of it. I mean, why does making it look closer to this one get me there? What would be the square root of this? What if I just multiply by this, honestly? What if I just say forget it and multiply by that? I think I might just do this. I'll just multiply by this term. And forget all that other noise. Because this is probably close enough, it's just not going to be exactly accurate. I think I have to choose my battles here. And I can't figure this one out. Okay. I'm going with this. I'm just taking the y value and multiplying it by this value. 8 times the square root of 1 minus x squared. And yeah, the y would be, well, I guess this would actually be, I convert, this would be from 0 to, so I take y and do what with it? I essentially need to convert it so that y going from 0 to 1 instead maps from 0.5 to 1. No, this could just be 0 to 1. Wait, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, y would just go in here. This would just be 0 to 1. Or I guess I would have to double it, because y goes from, I need to convert a range of -1 to +1 to 0 to 1. So I could add 1 and then divide by 2. So the equivalent to that would be y add okay, one quick second. X. So I need it so that I guess you can write y. Just do x. So yeah. So this function expects the input to be in the range -1 to +1. So to get out of that, I would add 1 and then divide by 2. So now y at -1 would be 0. That's not correct. Yeah, what? Y starts at 0.5. I need 0.5 to map to 0. And then it goes to 1. So I need 1 to map to 1. So it'd be x minus 1/2. So that a y value of half maps to 1. or a y value of half maps to 0, and then a y value of 1 maps to 1. That's what I wanted. Yeah, 1 is 1. Okay? So what do these represent? Essentially now what I would need to do is map y to a range of 0 to 1. And then I would plug this in so that when y is 0.5, I get 0. And when y is 1, I get 1. So okay. So map y from 0 to 1. Like this kind of gets me there. So this gets me an increment of, this is going in increments of size of x. So if I'm at 1 size of x, then I'm at y1. Or, this is so strange. What is this? Why does this feel really weird? So when I is on the last row, so let's just say length is 2. The height's 256. So within height of 256. So if I is 256 times 256, what was that? So from the last row, 65536 minus modulo 256. Well, that's not right. Would this be 1 minus that value then? Oh, I guess, yeah, I would end up being here. So then I have 65280 over 256. So that means we're on row 255. So yeah, I would just say 255 over 255. That would give me 1. I guess this would essentially mean the last row isn't used. Which I mean, I guess is technically right. You know, when we're looking vertical, we're looking at 1 pixel essentially, so. Okay, so, I mean, I guess this makes sense. But when I do this division, this first division, then to get the actual value, I would be doing that divided by the size y minus 1. Okay. And if I did this right, this value, as long as it's above 280, or even 280 should return 280, right? Yeah. Okay. So now y is in the range 0 to 1. But of course it would be starting at like 0.5. So now I apply this transformation to it. Y minus 1/2 times 2. And now I would plug this into here. I'm gonna save that. 8 times square root of 1 minus y squared. Okay, so there's our density. And then I would essentially just do density times this value. So this essentially transforms it into a coverage of the sky. So then, now that I've done this, I wouldn't do this anymore. I would actually do total would be total divided by tau, right? This would be the function. Because I essentially map these pixels to I'm essentially mapping the pixels, which is like here, to this value. So it's more covering the area. Yeah, it's gotta be right, I think. It's gotta be right. Well, actually, no. So I apply the density. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would divide it by this, because then I get that value of 1. The area that I just computed is essentially 2 pi. So I divide it by tau. And I mean, maybe it would be best if I just did... I'm just going to do 2 loops. Integer division. Yep. Yeah, I really wish, like, writing that specifically was like, oh, okay, we're good, cool. Int would be, essentially y times size of x plus x this whole thing times 16. Get rid of that, get rid of that. This double loop here is just so I don't have to do this. Essentially all this. Because I would already have the y value. All this wouldn't need to be done every time. Which is probably better. Even like a nested loop is better. Just so you only have to do this calculation once. I guess, yeah, what I'm trading out is like several divisions for 2 multiplications. Because this is 1, 2, 3, right? 3 divisions. 2 multiplications should be faster than 3 divisions. So this gets me the pixel that I'm at. Then I have to multiply that by 16. Because that's how many bytes there are per pixel. Would it be 32 actually? No, this is bytes. At a byte offset. Four bytes per value. Yeah. Although I do have to figure this out. So just call this dy. That's dy. And then I guess I'll just do that. Oh, and I actually always know the density. So yeah, times 16 is right there. And now this would be Just because I'm really mostly concerned about this. Let me time this every time. So should I get a print? Took 5 milliseconds. That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. I can't do that every frame. I can't give 5 milliseconds to this every frame. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit continue. This runs again. Still empty. Still empty? How? Why is the screen totally dark? Weird. I haven't somehow broken something, have I? Just 30,000 and run this. Okay, there it is. I mean, I don't know why it's... I don't understand how this could be coming back with such a small value, with just 0 every time. I'm just gonna assume that was like a glitch, and it just never did anything. Total is still... Oh. Now it's black. Is D? Oh. Is that what the issue was? Those weren't... DY is 255? That's not correct. Oh, this should be... Y over size Y is what this should be. That was my mistake, wasn't it? DY should be point, or should be 0, actually. DY 0, And then D should be like 8. Good. Alright, big colors. Okay. I have a feeling that dividing by 2 pi here isn't gonna... Yeah. So... What was my flaw here? What was my logic flaw? I guess this actually already applies that density, so I would just divide it by the number of pixels that I've counted, which I guess would just be size x times size y times 0.5. Okay, big colors. Okay. So now in theory this includes the whole size of the sky. And then this 17.48. So my luminance comes out to be 1.27. What is this 17.48 thing? Because that's what he does. He does relative luminance and he multiplies it by this strange constant. Is that just the, like, brightness of the sun? Would that be the luminance of just the sun? Because it says relative luminance. But maybe I shouldn't do that. Let me redo this. I need to continue first. So my luminance now says like 22. Should I divide it by 2 pi? Maybe I should. Is that what this value is? Or 4 pi? There's this value somewhere here that happens. Let me look at this. I'm curious about it now. Because I remember seeing this. Is it just here? There's some division. 12.92. I mean, that's not like 4 pi. I want to know where this constant comes from. Is this just part of the XYZ? Does that constant appear on this page? $17. Where's the number 17? I guess it's highlighting inside there. Does not appear. This is what this gives me. Relative luminance. Refers to the relative luminance. Simulates over the L max or L ref. Subject luminance is stimulus, and the relative luminance is so they say the maximum luminance would be $17. About. I mean, really, this just compresses it down to like, this value just compresses it to a range of 0 to 1, right? That's all this does. This doesn't do any kind of mapping or transformation. This is just like taking 0 to 22 to like 0 to, 0 to 17 to 0 to 1, right? That's all this does. So I should be fine with that just being there. I'll even mark this. But then I will have this piece up here where I essentially just do this function where pixels on the horizon, they're more numerous and they cover way more area, right? Maybe I should apply this extra thing because I don't know, I feel like this is just close enough. At least close enough. Although perhaps it may be more correct. But the fact that I can't get it to be 1 bothers me. If anything, what this does is it slightly overvalues horizon pixels. Very slightly. So yeah, I will go with this. And I think what I did in the past was I made this a thread and I put it on a lock. Sky intensity or force. So essentially every time I finish making this, which the duration matters, but also it causes problems because this happens on the main thread, and this is a 5 millisecond thing, so there's always going to be this like random just stutter where all of a sudden your frame rate doubles for 1 frame. You essentially just drop a frame. Or I guess it would be the equivalent of like dropping 30 frames every second, which I think would be really, really noticeable. So what I will do is try to get this put onto a different thread, and that thread will set some value. Yeah. And then I guess I would use, or do I even need the mutex? I think I actually don't use it at all. I think I just call it thread. So I would just say, if Sky changed her force, I check if I have a thread. So if Sky intensity thread, I've already looked at this. I guess I need to look at it again because I don't remember. Wait to finish should have been called on it. If wait to finish can be called without blocking the calling thread. Okay. Right, so I think what I do is I just say if we have a thread and is alive, if we have it and we're not alive, which is a really weird thing to say, if wait to finish can be called without blocking the thread. If we have a thread and we're not alive, then I say Let's just do this, right? I guess I would say target equals sky intensity thread. Wait to finish. Returns the result. And then I guess this one actually moves up here, doesn't it? If we have a thread and it's done, then we have a value, and we need to take that value. Is queued for deletion. Would it be better to have a worker thread pool and then like give it 1? Oh. What about this? Using multiple threads. Yeah, I would have liked to be able to add the task and then get the value back, but I guess you can't do that. I can't even get a thread back. I guess here what you would do is you would have some other value that locks it while it's running and then unlocks it when it's done. That seems really bad actually, so I don't want to do that. Never mind. I can just create a thread. Creating a thread every second, sure, whatever. Set it to null. And then set the targets. And I say if sky changed, or I guess I would say if this is probably better to do this. This can just be an else. I guess an elif. So we don't have a thread and we change the sky or we want to force an update. Why did that get copied? Weird. Yeah, essentially we're just going to start the thread. Thread new and start with view sky intensity. Make a new thread and start it there. And actually, I'm now wondering, was there a problem where this could never actually get a value back because it was on a different thread? It couldn't actually retrieve the image somehow. Alright, well, let me try this. And see if that works. Oh, I've been having it like going in the background this whole time. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, it's actually giving values. Awesome. And I don't have any stuttering happening. Not that I can see. I would notice it very obviously. It would be very, very clear if that was happening. Okay. So I guess what I will do is let this run. I set this to like 1. It's a bit better value. And then just watch it run and see what I get out of this. I just had a thought about making the sky dark. The issue is still the moon. The moon is something in the sky that's not... I mean, I do some... Kind of what I do is a bit incorrect. Because the moon is the same brightness day and night. Is the sun moving? Yeah, it's moving. But I was even looking at this at the moon at night when it was dark. And it's weird because it just doesn't look dark. Or it doesn't look bright. You know, it's not... I don't have to stare at this. I don't have to stare at the moon to like focus on it. Right. I can see the ground clearly. I guess it wasn't exactly fully dark when I was looking at it. But oh well. I feel like this is dropping probably too fast. I think this could be dropping too fast. Because this is mostly just affecting the brightness of the shadows. I feel like it's dropping quite dramatically. And the sun is still well over the horizon. Is it fading? I mean, it's running it, but is it actually fading? Because this intensity, I think, is just a printout from... It's a printout from the function running. It's not a printout from what we're actually targeting. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like it might be... too much. Yeah, because it's basically going to be 0 like when the sun is gone. But I mean, the sky still looks fine, which I'm not sure about. It does not look like the sky is this dark, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, it's slowing down. I mean, I say it's slowing down. Yeah, I mean, it... Maybe. I don't know. Seems like it's probably slowing down a bit. Yeah, this I'm not sure about. It's essentially like the ground is totally dark, but the sky is really bright. I mean, I'm not like night vision, which I don't think is correct. Would now be when I apply this curve, so it brightens up a little bit. Yeah, this is what bugs me. There's still like a lot of light in the sky. And my exposure is really brightening it up. It's really over... It's applying too much for the sky. But even so, if I were to just say, alright, sky, you don't get modified by exposure, I still have the fog. So I mean, I wonder what like I'm supposed to do. I could drop this to a lower value. I guess I could drop it again. I mean, would it... Should I leave this like actually go all the way to 0? Maybe. I still have that banding happening. Mainly because exposure is still pulling it up. But yeah, the problem now is like once the moon is like high up, the moon's just gonna like vanish. Because the sky intensity is gonna drop to like 0. What do I do about this? I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. I could paint the moon outside of the sky shader. That's possible. Like on top of it. One second. I mean, I guess this is probably true, right? I should. The moon should be separate from the sky intensity. I don't know. Honestly, maybe it's more just that this sky intensity max is just... What? I know that exposure is making the sky appear way brighter than it should be. What if I just set the sky intensity to 1? Or something like that. And then made it so the sky shader amplifies itself by like 17. Or whatever this value is. So that a sky intensity of... or I don't know. I could put it on... I could make the sky... Maybe this is what I've been missing the whole time. Maybe I should just make the sky have... the sky intensity always stay the same. And the sky shader apply some kind of amplifier to itself. So that when it gets dark, it gets really, really dark. Sort of like applying the opposite of an exposure effect to the sky. I want to see how sky intensity affects... background intensity. Okay, here's my new idea. I am going to get into my own dynamic day shader and do some kind of multiplication to this color. Or really just the sky color. So that it just gets dark, right? It's more just that... What is going on? Maybe I just totally misunderstood the problem. I don't know. I don't know. What if I don't do this? What if I don't do this? Why did it just like scroll down a bunch? I guess those changed. What if I don't apply this transform? And I'm just adding the colors straight up. It makes it way brighter, definitely. So then instead, let me go to my script and turn this off. Why is player open? Turn off this, this here. Just turn this off. Compute sun color. Let me just say false, and so this just turns off. We don't update the sky intensity. I just leave it at, I set it to some value that looks good. Maybe 10,000 is fine. And I leave it like this. Because I think what the other thing does is it brings down the bright values and brings up the dark values, right? Do I understand that correctly? So when the sun sets, this should make it crazy dark really fast. I guess let me pass the time forward. I mean, I guess I can just look at it then, can I? I could just... put it like right at sunset. I guess I can stay over here. And I may have to figure out the moon then, because I'm sure it's probably going to be blown out and way too bright. My thinking here is that I don't want to manage that. The sky's brightness will just be the correct brightness. Because that mapping essentially, you know, is kind of like a form of exposure, right? So it's maybe why it looked extra bright, because it was like applying some exposure for me, and then my game is applying an exposure on top of that. So it just ends up like making it look, you know, like a power of 2 is bright or something. Like taking the brightness and squaring it. I can see the moon, even without like anything being done to it. Okay, cool. And I do understand that this current parameters will keep the sky quite bright for a while. But I'm expecting I'm going to see a really dramatic fade out. Okay, so going by the moon's position, the sun is quite far below the horizon right now. Several, you could draw several moons beneath the moon right now to reach the horizon. But I don't have any night vision happening right now, so it's still, I guess, bright. My thinking was that function was making the dark areas brighter. That was what I thought this function was doing, but the longer this goes, the more worried I get that the function was actually making the dark areas darker. Still no night vision. The sky itself is like keeping enough light here. This is definitely just, I think, probably just too bright. I think I remember saying that like 820 was most obvious for banding, which is essentially at the point when the sky actually started getting really dark. So I hope that any second now, the sky's gonna dramatically shift in how bright it is. I feel like it might be getting darker, but my auto exposure is still keeping it at sort of a certain brightness level. So I mean, I feel like the sky's just not getting brighter, not getting darker. I mean, I am genuinely a little confused. Because my idea is that the sky should be dark enough that auto exposure can't bring up, there's nothing to bring up, essentially. It's just that dark. And it's not even close to that. And I feel like it hasn't been getting darker at all. I mean, one thought that I have is that I could square it. And let me go ahead and see what this function does exactly. One minus negative 0.18 times x. So it does make things darker. It does actually make things darker. It really did not try to click there. So yeah, it makes one like substantially smaller. But I guess what I would really like is to have it come down faster and be near to 0 earlier. Could I what this? This is like, can't really apply it like that. I'll probably use close to 0. Because exposure kind of comes down to like the -6 or something. Yeah, like practically just becomes a linear function that just gets closer and closer. I mean, what I would really like to have is not this. I would want it to be more linear. So like 1 comes to 1, but then I mean, what is e to like the -x? Because if I do it this way, then I have to start messing with that. So I wonder if all I could do is just keep it so that essentially so that there's no impact on values over 1, but once we get under 1, we start making it way less. So my thought there is to do like I could do like x squared, right? That gets values very near to 0 very quickly. Right. But then I want to allow it to exceed 1 at a linear pace. I mean, I guess what I can do is literally just do that. If because I think that at this point it's actually linear. It may not look like it, but at this point it is linear. So I could just say x squared. This would be like x squared when x is less than 1. Is it the other way around? And then otherwise I do x. Okay, I guess it's not actually, I guess it's not quite like that. I mean, maybe it's fine if it's not continuous. Is it actually 2x? Or I guess this would be x minus 1. But this would have to become linear. I guess I could make some kind of function that translates this to linear in a short space. So it would blend from 2x minus 1 to x. Let me just start trying this. Floats. I guess this would actually be so it would say I guess this could be multiple mixes. So I could do I guess I could, well, I want to keep the whole square root running, or the whole square running up to 1, and from 0, I guess from 1 to 2 it would come down to linear. So just do like a mix between color times color and I guess 2 really I wouldn't have a step, I wouldn't have anything here. I guess I would just do, this would just be a step function. So it returns 0 if color is less than 1. This is for each parameter. I guess that's correct, right? The edge will be 1 and the value would be color. Jeez. Dot operator int to color. No, that's, you can do that. I guess let me just try this. .rgb actually. Hey Danilin. My video is out. All right. So then this needs to do a mix as well, using it's just color. This would be a smooth step function. Edge 1 would be 1, edge 2 would be 2, and this would be color. It's crazy looking. Might be seeing where this is kind of going wrong. Maybe I just smooth step it to linear, using that instead. That's still absurd, actually. All I've done is make the dark colors darker. Maybe this would be like... Oh, this would be like 0.5. That's so saturated. What does that mean? The pinna gemness coming out. What is that? Gosh, this sucks so much. I can't get this right. What does this look like logarithmically? Okay. So this does get it darker way faster. Now the only thing to figure out is why maybe what I do is I just take the luminance float would this be? Essentially this. I literally didn't take like a full second to just move my mouse down. Please stop. Why'd you just delete so much? This thing sucks. I gotta wait again. Now I could smooth step it using luminance. That's like made it worse. Like how did I make this before? This doesn't look like any different. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe this will get me there. Well, it's time for lunch for me, isn't it? The only concern is that this could make it too dark too fast. That is quite dark out there. Quite dark. Oh, maybe this was it. That didn't look like insane looking to me. That side of the sky is going to stay pretty bright for a while, though. But this side's going to get dark fast. It should. That's what I wanted to do. Hopefully without leaving, like this whole area being black and then this whole area being white. Hopefully without that happening. Will it get dark, and get dark very fast? That is the question. I feel like it almost maybe looks better because the top of the sky does seem way darker than the horizon. Alright, the sun is practically setting now. I would like the sky to start getting very, very dark. Too dark, even. Please. Please get very, very dark. I think you should get very, very dark now. It is 7. I am noticing how... I mean, I'm trying to pay attention to the color of the distant terrain compared to the terrain that's close to me. I'm comparing that to know, like, relatively how dark the sky actually is right now. Because as long as I can see it being bright on the terrain being much brighter further away than it is here. I mean, I feel like this is definitely better. It looks pretty dang dark. It's not even 8 yet. It was definitely way brighter at this time before. Yeah, I think that's getting quite dark. I may have gotten somewhere with making the sky dark. Darker still. I want it to be super dark. That's getting very dark. There is banding, but I can be okay with that as long as it at least gets dark. I mean, that's just from the sun side of the sky too. That's dark. That's very dark. And I would almost say I didn't notice the banding. I might almost say I didn't even notice the banding. Wow. The sky is black. That is success to me. Can I get some night vision going? I mean, it should be going as fast as possible, but I don't see anything. It's just the moon. Which is really cool. That I look at the moon and I actually get that look. That looks like normal to me. Right, that looks really normal. You would look out in the direction of the moon and this ground appear bright. But now night vision is like doing nothing for me. Because I've actually made the sky that dark. Maybe now I could bring back dimming the sky. That got dark really fast and I really, really like that. That's awesome. Yeah, essentially compute illumination. And then I multiply by this. Or I step between the color and the square of the color, which will make it very dark. Very fast. What if I skip that step? Does this now become my 0.18? Because this should make it... Well, the 17 kind of makes it... I'm actually not entirely sure what happens now. Like, is it the same effect? Is it going to get darker faster? Is it going to stay brighter longer? I mean, that doesn't look too crazy still. I mean, that might be kind of bad. I don't know. It's... That side of the sky is kind of bright. A little bright. It definitely feels darker, but I do like how the sky looks here right now. I think it might stay brighter longer, is probably what is going to happen. That's kind of my guess at this point. I think last time it was like dark at 7. Like 7:20 it was dark, or 7:30 it was dark. I mean, I am already hitting my night vision. I don't think I was hitting night vision before, so maybe it's actually darker way faster. I'll keep the moon out of my line of sight and just watch the color of the terrain. The brightness of the terrain. And I saw a banding on this side of the sky, quickly. Well, not quickly, but it was the only place I saw a banding. I don't know why I said quickly. Alright, I'm noticing banding. I just saw it for a second. Now I don't see it. I feel like it got darker faster on the other one. And it didn't look so crazy looking at the opposite side of the sky. Did I think this one looked bad on the light side earlier? Or was it the last one that I thought that looks really bad, like how bright it is? It's getting dark. Slowly. Can see banding. It's really weird. It's like it's getting dark and then it gets a little brighter and then it gets dark and then it gets brighter. Alright, well, it's like almost totally dark. Yeah, totally dark at 9:40, 9:42. Let me change it back. It was like 01 and this was here. Yeah, I gotta get lunch after this. I'm gonna watch this, say, alright, which one looks better, pick it, and then go grab lunch. And I'll be watching what this shadow looks like and how the sky, how bright the sky is on that side. And then what time I would say it's super dark. Yeah, maybe I felt like this one held on to the light longer on that side of the sky. But I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that effect in general. And I don't think I want to try to tune it to make it less bright. It's still fine for now. I guess I could look at a graph to see what I changed. Because I wonder if all I'm doing is it's not actually changing anything. The division by 17 just makes it a little bit harder to place a value. Yeah, this looks fine. I think I said like 740, something like that was when it got dark. I am in night vision now. It does look nice looking at the full moon. With how bright it currently is, it has such a huge impact on auto exposure that it makes the sky look dark. And then auto exposure just makes it look like bright cyan. I guess I could even make it reach that value sooner. Because currently it's just set to reach the square value only at actually 0. So it never quite reaches that square level. Yeah, I think this might have just been essentially just moving a power of 10 around. And it not actually had any effect. Yeah, because I would say this is going to get dark at the exact same time. Alright, there's no difference, but having this random thing here is distracting. So just do that. And this should probably, now I can support a bit and whoa, yeah. So this value I need to figure out where I can put it at. Essentially, at this point, I don't want to see any... I don't really want to see a change. Yeah, if I can see a change there. Alright. So will this make it darker sooner? Yeah, I thought I should do it a little bit sooner, but this is not too much sooner. Like a few minutes sooner. Definitely sooner, but not by very much. Alright, cool. I'm setting it to that, and... Ooh. Whoa. Getting lunch. Jeez. That was really hard to finish that sentence. Alright. Be back soon. I'm back. I've got food and I'm going to eat. Also nice, the night vision still happens. I was kind of wondering if I might have messed it up or something. Nope. Night vision's still there. Cool. Very good. Hello. I am back. I am back. So, there was maybe one thing that I kind of wanted to tweak a little bit before I totally call it done. Also, the sky is getting bright now. Yeah, I mean 5 o'clock, sure. Wow. The moon just obliterated my night vision when I looked at it. It's kind of nuts. It has no effect until I look at it about here. It has a very dramatic effect. Okay. I mean, since the sun's about to rise, I may as well sit here and just watch it anyway. See how it goes. The thing that I wanted to change was change my luminance function to be a max function instead. Really, it will just allow me to get a sharper transition into night, because yeah, as soon as the sky starts getting in a bit of white in it, and a bit of red, it gets bright really, really quick. So my thinking is that changing it to a max function will allow blue to contribute more than it currently does, because I think it has the least impact on brightness. Blue does. And there's still some night vision stuff I don't want to fix up. Yeah, I should make this transition from here to there smoother, really. Because it just kind of makes the sky too dark, too fast, too contrasted. Where one side is really, really bright and the other side is really, really, really dark. So 6 should bring it right to the horizon. There's the shadow going away. So about now. About now. About now. About now. Right about now. There it is. The very red sun. It should be shining right now, and it is. That looked really good. It didn't look like it was just blasting red. But it's definitely like really orange. Cool. All right, nice. I like that. So my thought here was to use a max function instead, which allows blue to have a really high contribution. So I guess let me just copy this, that out, and then do right. So theory of this is that the shadow should look less crazy, but then it will still get dark. And still get dark. This does technically mean that blue is now accounting for its maximum, which means I would expect it to be brighter for longer. Yeah, I mean, you get way more banding now because it's brighter for longer. But it's still kind of like, should look right at the same time, really. Okay. That's cool. So now for the banding. I had an idea that doing bicubic on this could completely solve the banding entirely. So that's what I'm going to do. I guess what I could do is I could change this luminance value to be just include more blue, but I don't know. I think the banding is really going to be a bicubic interpolation fix. So that can be nearest. Shouldn't change anything. This can also be nearest. And the banding is pretty much exactly there. Then I'm just going to kind of write a bicubic function with a and a vec2 size. So yeah, I mean, I'm really just gonna take all this, paste it in there. Of course, we would take the texture as well. Size. Should be an IVEC too. I guess I can just be text. Text. Size. And that's all that would need to change there, I think. So this one I can just return bicubic of cool. So then I to sky can use this one as well. I would just have to also take in the size of the sky texture. Yeah, just this. And since I have perfect repeating now, I shouldn't need this. Cool. Sample argument 0 of function bicubic called more than once using textures that differ in either filter, repeat, or texture hint setting. Weird. But okay, I don't know why that has to be like that. That kind of sucks that it has to be that way, but whatever. I feel like I put some kind of like curve in my hair whenever I tie it back. I don't know why, it just feels like it does. I don't know how what I do can make that happen. Okay. So it's all in there. Now we just need to pass in. Cool. Thanks for the errors. Very helpful. Now I just have to pass in the sky size when I do update material. Should just be sky size, right? Yeah. So I mean, it actually looks like it didn't do anything at all, but okay. How's it looking on the frames? Hey, Alchemy. It's going well. I am making slow progress, though, on the sky. That banding is really bad. Let me just try reloading to see if that's... I'm assuming I just have to wait for auto exposure to get down so I can see these colors. Or maybe it never will. Yeah, I can see the banding happening. How would I fix that? That actually seems really bad. Like way worse than it was before. Is it worse? Feels like it is. Yeah, it's on. It's just that these bands are so far apart that... I mean, I can check. But I'm assuming that they're just so far apart that even the debanding filter can't compensate for that. I could have turned it off, though. I guess it's possible I did. Yeah, it's on. It still has an effect, but it's just too there's just too much. Too big. The bands are too wide. I was really thinking that using my own bicubic function would make that better. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they are really dark. It's probably... I don't know. It really sucks that this happens. Well, this kind of has like no change on it, although there should be a seam somewhere. What are you doing with the sky shader? I'm making it get darker when it gets dark. So it's like 600 to 720 or 40 or something like that. And that does take off a bit. I guess for now I'll just leave it, because I didn't actually fix the banding, which I thought it might. So... Oh, weird. Wait. I'll look at this. I'll look at this again really quick. Did that? Yeah, I mean, Whatever. I guess I can just leave it for the future. In case I figure something else out. But there's that. So it seems like it still gets dark at about the same time of day. And I've just been watching it go to night over and over again. Just so I can check that things don't look too ridiculous. That effect kind of stays there no matter if I use the max luminance or the proper luminance. I gotta reach, I think, affiliate first. So I have to have 3 average viewers for 4 different days. Yeah. It's like hovering just under 1 right now. But some days, well, one day it said it was 2. So I was pretty close for one day. The real thing is, just because of how I do this, it is probably one of the worst times of day for me to stream this category, because I think it gets the most viewers at night, like after 8, and then I'm streaming for like 10 or 11 hours straight. So even everyone in Europe ends up going to bed while I'm streaming. So if I did shorter streams, maybe I could reach it sooner. Or if I did streams at like starting at 8. But oh well. Streaming is more for archival to me anyway. I'm doing this to make a game, not to become a streamer. Yep. Yeah. It'll be nice if it ever takes off, but I don't expect it. I think Twitch says the average viewer to channel ratio is like 9, which is really high, but when the category almost never even goes over like 500 viewers, and it's probably just because I think like Doug streams it. He really pushes up. Him and like Jonathan Blow push up the viewer to channel ratio by at least like probably two viewers. Just those 2 guys. Yeah, that bending really sucks. It did not look that bad earlier. Maybe I just go back to luminance instead. Wherever it is. Proper luminance. I just end up with this. It's like too intense. I feel like it's probably too intense. I don't feel like there's a bright spot right in front of me. Weird. My flashlight wasn't on. I feel like that gets too intense, and then it kind of makes the sky too contrasted. I don't know. But the banding on this one is really small. It's definitely very small. I've been struggling with this sky brightness and banding at night for days. Despite the banding, the sky looks great considering it's one of the least well-regarded engines for 3D. Yeah, it's just the I mean, I just found a really good shader. Hey, Legal Alien. Fog is on. Fog is on. I will have to, at some point, put stars, and I would hope I could do clouds. But I'm going to leave that for polish in the future. More smog it. I also want to put in like weather events. So like for a day or something, it's going to be super foggy. Or it'll be overcast. I can't really do overcast because I need clouds. That wasn't a shady comment. I think Godot is better than most people give it credit for. Yeah, definitely. I think it's great. Need to finish this ship before 5 AM. It's 4:30. Oh, this. Yeah. It said shift. Good luck. Thanks for lurking. The only problem about me picking such a long day-night cycle is that I have to sit here and like watch it for 5 minutes to actually understand, to actually know what I'm putting up. And I'll just be like, oh, let's make it 100 times speed, and like I miss like banding because it only happens for 2 seconds at that time scale. But this, I think you only see it when you're like looking at the brightest part of the sky right before it gets dark. It just creates this like super high contrast. I guess if you look straight up too, you can see it, but that could probably be like tone mapping, a tone mapping issue. I don't even know. How do you fix something like this? I guess I could implement my own like extra debanding filter that just does add some noise. I guess noise could help. My thinking was, yeah, I guess I would use noise, and then I guess essentially do like dithering. So I guess not necessarily noise, like random noise, but dither noise. I feel like I didn't notice it this much earlier. Did I change something? I don't know. That's good though. Because that's what debanding does, I think. It just adds it just adds dither. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but it looks like it dithers it. Okay, I gotta commit something. I think I've gone like 2 days or something without a commit. It's been like 3 days. Okay. What changed in player? Oh, I think this was the clock. Yeah, say I noticed banding at 9:25. I wonder if I could turn back on sky intensity to make it happen less. Because I had it on and I said, you know what, let me just make the shader less bright. Yeah. It got cut off a bit at the end. Yeah. I've definitely just spent way too long on it too. I could see, I'd be fine with adding noise to it when it's dark. Or just setting it up so that you only really see it when it's dark. Okay, yeah, I remember why I didn't do this. Just... How long have I had this in here? Have I had this code in here? Can I just delete this? There's definitely a very real effect at night. Your vision literally looks like it's getting grainy, like noise. And it's pretty much just like the way your eyes function. Slightly brighter photons get picked up and just make it look a little bit noisy. So I'd be fine with doing something like that at night, just as like a, maybe even just an exposure thing when it's really dark. Because the only reason I see that banding is because I am overexposing that color like 100 times. So I think even just like having noise being applied when your exposure gets too high could be fine. And then I wouldn't even have to do it for the sky. And it would probably just make everything look a bit more interesting. Hopefully. And not annoying. Where am I? Here. How long has this code been here? Or rather, is it here right now? It is. Alright, I'm just gonna remove this now. I don't do this at all. Well, let me not remove it here. I'll commit this and then remove it as a separate thing, because there is kind of something new there. Yeah. I should remove that. Actually, yeah, let me add this as its own commit really quick. Fix. So made the exposure not so low. The max should be negative 0.25. I don't know how that... I guess I just forgot to type the minus. That one should stay at 25. I will set time back to 575, 757. And I'll put the moon back to negative 1.5. Right, that was a lot that I changed. So yeah, that's gonna go away, which is good. Because it sucked. Some changes there by cubic. It changed the moon thing. Transmittance, which probably needs to be more intense. Yeah, a bunch of like changes there. Yeah, so pretty much everything, but not quite everything. and environment. I want to add not everything from world. Yes. Yes. No. 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 Okay. What changed in the tone map? Oh, that. That didn't quite work, so I'm not going to add that. That's going to be a different thing. Okay. That's the next thing that I want to work on, is getting this to actually show color when it's bright enough and not showing night vision. I'll just say darker night. Oh, and then this was also adding the clock. Cool. All right, so hopefully this is the last thing I need to do, is get these. I think I'm gonna skip. This is already taking so much time. It's really time that I move on to something else. I want to get close that. Right, okay. I want to get it so that the color prior to exposing it can I feel like they should have done it though. I feel like they should have done it. Also, the thing I really want to do is make it so that this, when we ramp, when I interpolate it, I want to do these separately. So, red, which is going to be auto exposure, is influenced by the brightness. So auto exposure changes speed, but then night vision always operates at the slowest speed. Because I want it to be, I still want auto exposure to bring you up really fast so that you lose, you know, you appear to lose night vision, but I want night vision to stick around. So you can be in some brightness for a little bit and not lose it at a high speed. You lose it at the slowest speed, the same speed that you get it. So this would be dark time. Then I'll leave a note for that. Auto exposure is varying speed, and night vision uses the slowest speed. And this should be between 0 and 1. Okay. So I wanted to have that, and then this can be closed. This I still don't get. I guess what I have to do is probably not use a curve necessarily, but 2 brightness values. Night vision can use its own curve, but this one definitely needs more fine-tuning, I think. Because the default is just kind of, it's too wide. The curve is too wide. Why does this not work, though? I think it works a little bit, but it's not enough. It feels like it just gives me... You know what? It's probably this. I think I do this blend when I'm going down. But if I'm ever going up, sorry about that. Yeah, my thought was it should go up as fast as it can, but it should go down at the target rate. So I think I might already do that, don't I? Is this what this does? This uses a step function. Right. So this essentially decides the step function. This picks whether we're going up or down. But perhaps what it should do is do a blend between this one and the light time, if we're going up at all. So I could still use the step function that I already run here. So it returns 0 if average is less than previous. So if my target, if I'm going down, it will return 0, right? Yep. So I blend that with up. Does that make sense? Should I do that at all? Essentially all this does is it picks the lower value or the higher value. I think this is necessary for when we're going down. So if we're going from a bright value to a dark value, we use the bright speed. But I guess what I'm going to say now is that if I'm ever going down, I just use... Or I'm going to say that if I'm ever going up, I will only use the bright value, the bright speed. Is that what I should do? I just always use the dark. No, because I'm going from bright to less bright, I want to use the bright speed. So it's more that I want to leave this the same for when we're going down, but when we're going up, I always want to use the bright speed. Okay. I feel like I don't have to nest it quite like this, but... So if we're going down... Yeah, this still makes sense, I think. But I guess the thought is that if this is going up, I'm going to use the color of that. So I guess this would really be... I guess I can pull M out and just do... mix between dark and light time. So I only use M if up is 0, which means I only use M if I only use M with the previous value. Okay. So I can just cut that out. Now maybe I still store it? I don't know. Sure, whatever. Sure, let me call this down. This tells me the speed that I use going down. And this tells me the speed that I use going up. So I guess then I could bring this down to just being step. So I don't have to do that at all. And then this. Yeah, I want to put these all in one line. Okay, and now to make it look a bit nicer. Okay, cool. So if the value I'm going to is brighter than the value I'm coming from, I use the light time. Otherwise, if I'm going down, I use the speed of the previous value. So if the previous value is dark, and I'm going down, I use that speed. Which means I'm always going down, right? So if the previous value is dark, I'm going down, I use the dark speed. If the previous value is bright, I use the light speed to go down. Not missing any commas, parentheses, or semicolons. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So there's that. Now this is still kind of an issue to me. I think this just means that I really need to add in, instead of having a light curve, and this is going to take some hacking, I guess, I would just do a light, a color luminance, and then a night luminance. This will essentially be the luminance of color, and this will be a night luminance, the luminance of night. Okay, I'm using all the values now, and then instead of using this curve, I would now use a smooth step. Which, do I even need those? I think I can really get rid of these. I really don't need these. Whoops. Recording. Yeah. Now, I think this luminance is still correct because it's essentially the luminance before I add anything. If the idea with this is that if it's in color, if it's bright enough to be color, then I make it be colorful, right? So yeah, instead of being, and then parem's light curve actually goes away. Oh no, it doesn't go away. I just use it now for a different thing. So edge 0 will be, this should be backwards because night color will be a lower value. So and this will be a higher value. And then these two just added together. And then I have to swap these. So this will allow me to precisely control the start and end points of this curve. And it still be smooth, right? Because it's all based on exposure values. There's no sudden jumps here. I'm not saying, I'm not still saying flip on the night vision or flip on the color. Right, okay, I was just trying to make sure I am not going to re-add that. The reason that was happening is because I was modifying exposure twice. I was saying, oh, if we're dark, add more light. This is purely operating on color, letting exposure still make it visible, or exposure be one step, but then we change the color depending on if it's bright or dark. And then, yeah, I can definitely get rid of those. And then, should I leave this in the tone map? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I do the tone map here. Or up here. And that could make it look awful, so I'll have to keep that in mind that I change that in case things look weird and go back. Okay, everything looks good. Alright. Bunch of changes. I think I have to reload the project when I do this, so I'll do that. Because of compositor stuff. That looks very dark. Oh. Is it really that dark? Wow, it's really that dark. I mean, whatever. You're not supposed to see that anyway, so I'm okay with it. Maybe, for now. Until I realize in the future, dang, that shouldn't look so bad. Okay. So now auto exposure still uses that for the light curve. And I didn't actually update the compositor script yet, so I'm surprised it's not throwing errors at me, actually. Let's process. map just changed the constants, so I have to give, instead of a light curve, I use, I just call it color, luminance, and night luminance. Yeah, it's the same thing. Greater than color luminance. Large capital Z. Okay. Now we gotta reload the project. Not yet. So at 28, I'm putting power 10 of color luminance, and then at 44, I think it's putting night luminance. 28 color luminance, 44 night luminance. Good. I guess this now technically actually goes into night vision, doesn't it? Not all those lines. Cool. Okay. Now reload project. Definitely necessary. Huh. All right. I should just be good to make it night. And then probably turn up my dark speed, so I can expose for that a little bit faster. Whoa. Okay. Well, that's not right. Oh, it's not right because I made my smooth step. I haven't done the smooth step yet. Seems to be smaller. Now it's smooth. So I guess I just kind of look like this, and then bring this down until this is in a good spot. That was cool. That was scary too. Took me a second to realize what actually just happened and why it was like that. So I'm losing night vision rapidly looking at that, so yeah, guess what I'll do is I go way over here. Keep bringing this down until that looks good. Just really want to get this to where I can see this curve happen. Okay, and then how far can I bring this before color shows up there? It looks really odd. Weird. Oh, is this still too bright? Does that need to come down even further? Night vision. The moon's not out right now. I do need the moon to be out. Where's the moon? What? Oh, there it is. It's been up the whole time. Okay. I mean, I guess what I should just do is like look at like a really faded edge here. Try and get night vision to come in. Which it should be coming in. Need a 495 perhaps. Then I guess here I can just kind of go five, 4, 5. I don't know. Where's the night vision though? I feel like I'm not getting it at all. Really? Is this bright right now? Darker? Yeah, I feel like it's not very bright. At all. Earlier it was definitely the case where it was quite bright. Like dramatically bright. Have I perhaps made a mistake in my assumptions of something here? Should this be tone mapped? Is that what it is? Okay. I'll make it tone mapped. It could perhaps be the tone map needs to apply. Because I should be able to see the world quite brightly. Is it the moon? Should the moon be brighter? Was it this? It actually really was. Wow. Yeah, but then like color shows up here. So I guess I need to make sure. Oh, interesting. Alright, so something's a little bit not right. Is it this term? Because it's like what happens is exposure comes down and somehow the luminance of it is bright enough to keep it in color. But then once the exposure gets low enough, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why can I see color? Color should be color should probably be essentially what I want it to be is that if it's too dark to see with color, then you just don't see it at all. And then you have to let night vision pull it in. So essentially color RGB should tend to 0 when the exposure value, yeah, so this is just some kind of exposure value, isn't it? So maybe I'm still right, I just have bad settings. Where is anything? Okay. So I feel like I hit this too late. 4.8. So yeah, I think this is just that I have bad settings for that. This should be higher. Like, where does it definitely have to be? It definitely needs to be dark at the edge here. Okay, let's try this. -5 and 8. 2, 5, I guess. Yeah, it comes in as color and then it swaps to night vision. That's definitely worse than what I had before. Smooth that the exposure just reaches that point and suddenly flips it over. Maybe I just need both. Or maybe smooth step is not so good. We just try taking this piece out. That extra bit of luminance. They just instantly re-imported already. I guess so. Instantly everything flips over to that. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Should I just take the max? I don't know. Ideas. I don't know. Oh, because I did it fast enough, it kept the texture. No, that wouldn't make sense because I would see it look different right now. Maybe this smoothing function just doesn't look good. That could be the case. I'm gonna go with that. Smooth step just doesn't look very good. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. So I'm going to just undo what I've done. Because I'm actually pretty sure that it is the case that it doesn't look good. At the scale that I'm using it at. Yeah, we'll undo that. I do want to keep auto exposure though. And then that one. I mean, not exactly, actually. I would very much like to keep this. And then I would be adding luminance to this value. And then, yeah, it just changes back to reserved and light curve. If anything, I could probably just I need to get curve back to. I could probably get this O value. Well, I mean, never mind. The O value is what I'm moving, which moves it left and right. I was thinking I could make it smaller, which I guess I can, because this would be yeah, this is a lot of crap. Alright, let me just get rid of all this nonsense. Yep, I'm just like resetting all this straight up. And this would be, I guess, s of x equal to, or 10 to the power of c. 10 to the power of c plus x. Right, that's the curve. So essentially what I'm using, just moving this curve left and right. Um, I could probably set this up so that I get more like, C could be color, N could be night. Maybe to the N. N. So I could set this up so that we get something like this instead. So I lose color vision somewhere around here. Maybe that kind of sucks because you are left with this like dark patch. I mean, maybe that's fine. Maybe not fine. I don't know. Essentially what this creates is like a hole in your vision. Right? Where the brightness dips down. And I mean, maybe that's like not as bad as I think it is. It would more create a dark edge around lights, around really dim lights. So maybe it's not so bad. I could have two separate curves and let color come out faster. I could also do, what is it, like x squared here? Although does that actually work? Like, call it, I don't know, hue. Did I figure if that was It is. I can actually compress it a little bit. Let me pass in like a second float value for this. Yeah, let me make this a second float value. And just call it squish. So this would take in L, O, and S. And it would be power of O to the S, O plus power L to the S. Now, a possible problem is if colors are negative, that would be a problem. But this is a float, so I shouldn't get negative. Yeah, I should never get negative. That's impossible. That was luminance, O is that parameter, and then I have that. Do I have any other curve here? I don't. Alright. Reload everything. This is crashing. No, this is the real one. Okay. Reload everything. I give a light curve there, and at 44. So yeah, these should probably be there. This is just curve squish, it's not to a power of 10. I guess I could also go less. I don't know why you would want to do that, but I guess it's possible. I'll just leave it at 1 and allow you to go negative if you want. Okay, curve squish is in. This one does require me to reload the project, because for some reason those things don't go up until you do this. Okay. I now have a curve squish function. Can I see anything? Here we go. So night vision should come in and kind of fill that. Yeah. Night vision's definitely covering that quite a lot. Which I'm surprised I don't see this yet. I guess I'm still waiting for auto exposure to come down. But I should be seeing this soon. Maybe go look a little bit further away. Okay, cool. So now my idea is essentially just bring this value up. So it looks like it's really just making it... Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on. So I think, yeah, I need to bring this down. Okay. Then I can bring this up. Let me just start with this being like 3. And then drag this until... how high can I make this? Make this like 10. 8. Maybe a little bit too intense. Okay, sure, perhaps about there, and then 2. And I get a lot of color. That's tough. Yeah, either I like don't get it at all or I get a whole lot of it. Yeah, and this effect is now very much still here. Dang, that sucks. Night luminance. Should I do this before exposure? No, this isn't just for color. I just don't get how these values are so close together. Like, the difference between that light spot and the moonlight is almost nothing. It seems like it's almost nothing. Seems like it's not enough for... Because like as I bring this down, the actual terrain starts getting a lot of color. Yeah, see, it's the difference between this and 7 is... I see a difference at 3. I could square the luminance. I take the exposure plus luminance times luminance, which would just exaggerate small changes. worth a try. So it like wants to act like it re-imported it, but I kind of don't believe it. Still going, I think. It'll go faster if I look away. Okay. I wonder if I could change it so that there's some kind of thing where color... I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm going for. I mean, I feel like that just looks wrong. I guess it's because I'm blending it to a brighter color, isn't it? Is that really, like, kind of what I'm doing again? I'm blending this to a brighter color. I mean, I guess I am. Also, if I'm raising everything to the power of something, is it the same as just doing it to the power at the end? No, not really. Yeah, not at all. But I could have a dark patch. I could do that. Maybe that's what I'm really missing. I'm missing a portion where you go from color to dark to night vision. Because it's kind of like... any amount of color vision pretty much turned, like... I'm just guessing, but you never notice, like, whenever you turn on a light, it doesn't look blue for some reason. It looks like just the color immediately. And then you turn it off and you still feel a little like you can't see for a few seconds, and then you're like, oh, okay, now my night vision's back, right? And if you see like a light in the distance, you don't see like color that far away. I could... I kind of don't want to. I was going to say I could let the exposure go lower, but the more I do that with the exposure, the worse the sky looks. I don't know. I think there's definitely an issue where I'm like blending between this color and a brighter color. So I wonder if night luminance should be multiplied by like the luminance. Or it should be multiplied by this curve. I could do that. Does that make sense? What does that mean? If I multiply the luminance by this curve, that means if I'm seeing color, the luminance will be really low. So essentially, if we're mixing in color, we're greatly reducing the luminance of this. We should be. Should this curve only do it for luminance and not for exposure at all? Alright, here's my idea. I think I make the color, the night vision color, fade in based on the luminance of an individual pixel. Fade in. No, 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 no. No, that doesn't work. Because there's no fade. If the pixel is bright enough, do I have... I was just wondering about something with auto exposure. If I had something wrong. I don't. Yeah, you know, actually I just thought of this. Having that dark line probably makes this work. I should probably do that. Which means I'm going to need more stuff. So, let me just move those up because I'm not going to use those anymore. And then this starts at 48. I guess this actually starts at 44. This one would start at 48. So I have light curve. I'll call this color curve. So kind of back to what I had, I guess. That should be 52, I think. All right. Color curve, night curve, and squish. So fade color vision. This would go to 0, so fades to 0. RGB curve. Dang. So yeah, what our values are luminance. Maybe I do luminance squared. I'll do it. Should this be 1.18 over luminance? Should it have that value? Should this be over 0.18? Maybe this is what's kind of incorrect about it, is the the exposure value isn't actually the same as the auto value. Should I multiply this by 0.18? Or multiply by exposure scale? Because the real exposure that I apply is multiplying by that over that. I can't use exposure because I want the luminance of the scene, essentially is what I want here. Auto values is the luminance. But I guess I could think of it as also being multiplied by this exposure scale. Let me do this. The idea here is that when exposure scale goes down, the scene luminance goes down. It appears darker. When exposure scale goes up, scene luminance goes up because exposure is a larger value. 1 second. Actually, I'll be back in a minute. Be right back. I am back. What was I thinking of? I was thinking I multiply this. Oh, my chair. Fixed. I was thinking I multiply by this because then I get an exposure value that's probably more accurate to what it really looks like. So this would instead just be scene luminance plus luminance. Because this is probably why it has a bad curve. Why it doesn't really work with the luminance value. It's because it's too large. It should be smaller. So I can fade this out, fade color vision by the color curve. And then I would fade in right. Fade night vision. This would be from, I guess, the current color to the night color using this curve of, yeah, just same thing. Scene luminance plus this. And I guess my thought here is, I'll just remove it. Move it. Right, and this will be night curve, and then this has to come in. So color vision would just fade out. Should this be like... Yeah, this should probably be 1 minus this value. Right? Because when this value is 0, I want it to actually be 1. So, yeah. We fade color vision. Apply exposure before night vision. Few luminance there. Could I just probably move all this to the same spot? Oh, this does work with... Yeah, night luminance works with the... Oh. Right, this should go down here. Apply exposure before blending. Let me just see. I mean, that sentence is fine. So luminance uses the current exposure luminance, and then it computes a color from that luminance. And then color vision would fade out on this curve, and night vision fades in on this curve. So there is a dark patch. A darker middle ground, I guess. Okay. Sorry, it should be complaining to me. It's not complaining to me, so apparently it hasn't re-imported it, because otherwise it would tell me that I don't have the right size of push constant. This should be 64 now. Here. So I have night vision color at 16, night sensitivity at 32, color at 32, and then I would have light curve is actually at 44. Yeah, color curve is 44, so I will rename this to be color curve. I will have another one. Night curve is at 48. Of course. And I guess these go move up. So now they're ordered. And 52 will be the curve squish. Light curve. Color curve, night curve. I'll just make this one step lower. Honestly, that probably shouldn't be positive, but okay. Yeah, now it's complaining even though I've already fixed it, so... Ah, of course, I do have to reload the whole project. Okay. Night vision's coming in. Quite a lot of it. Hmm. 3979. I'm suspicious about this. Color is this value. Night would be this value. 4. So there should be like a wide gap between color and night vision. Hmm. Dang. That should really be like fading out. I guess probably about there, maybe. It's good for that. And this one, then I would bring this up until I could see it out here. The thing that sucks is that I see it there first, still. I don't want to see it there in that light. Like, either I can see it out here. Like I'm not quite getting the dark spot that I expected. I was expecting there to be a clear line dividing these two, but there's not at all. Also, that's like insane looking. Hey, Danilin. I'm struggling. What can I do? Tell your brother to fix the enchanting system in Minecraft. I wish my brother was into programming. He could do all the networking for me. He's a very social person. I guess what I really want to do is bring this back down to 2. Bring this up until we have like... It's pretty bad. Let's beat him up, lock him in a room, give him that one C book. He only leaves once he learns. That's crazy stuff. So I've done something strange. I mean, have I done something strange? Maybe I haven't. Maybe I am on the path here. Now I bring this in. What's going to happen is it's going to show up here first. I already know. Yeah, it's going to show up there first. This is not the dark patch that I wanted. How do I do this? This should be going away. I got it. This should be going away if the color is not already here. So I guess what that means is I take curve minus the color curve. Right? I can only fade this in where I don't have that. So we do... And then curve minus color fade. Also, perhaps this one's wrong. Should I just do scene luminance there? No, it definitely needs the luminance of that as well. Okay, so that was just a shader change, so it should just work if I reload scene. Just work. It's not going to save anything that I just changed. Well, that's cool. I like that. I like that. It's not going to save any of the stuff that I set up. Yeah. Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe I bring this up higher. Yeah, you know what? Like, -3 there. And then here, night vision should be operating already. And it's not doing at all what I thought I was going to do. In fact, it seems to have a stronger effect now inside that area. What did I do wrong? Right, this makes sense. This one minus that one. Oh. Well, negative is fine. Negative should be fine. Actually, is it? Negative probably is not fine. Negative is probably not fine. What? Oh, yes. That. That's probably it being like negative. That's my guess. Huh. Alright, night vision, come in where color would not be. Why does it do this? Why does it do this? Why does it do this? And I can't even see it out here now. Oh, I can. It just took a while. Does this mean I just have to bring the night curve down even further? Yeah, because then I can't even see it out here. I can't see it here until that one's like fully saturated with it. What am I not understanding? Because I feel like that should not be happening at all. This one fades to 0 before that one. And I'm subtracting the color curve too. What am I not getting? What are my values at right now? My values are -3 and -5.593. Should it be multiplied by this? Wait, why does it seem like that did nothing at all? It does something very slight. Yeah, why does that kind of do nothing? Because this value should be multiplied by like 0.2 or like 0.9. I mean, I guess it is multiplied by that. Yeah, so I mean, it should be like this, right? It should be like none of this until I'm I mean, I guess there's still like a large mix, right? Yeah, I guess that doesn't have the impact that I thought it would have. But this is still weird. Like, these colors would be really, really dark when they blend. These colors should be really dark when they blend. I mean, yeah, this is like really dark at this point. Why is this not the result? Let me make sure that I'm using clamp correctly, I suppose. Should be X in the min and the max. X, min and the max. Color curve is 44, night curve is 48. Squish is 52. Let me check that I'm actually passing this in properly. 44, 48, 52. Could it be possible that I've set these up wrong? Yeah, color curve would go in at 44. Just my thinking is that because this can't fade in until really late. But it starts to show up. Oh. The night color is wrong. It probably should be down here. Yeah, this is wrong though. Okay, the weird thing is that it shows up in the color before it shows up in the dark. Does that mean I have this curve backwards? This returns 1 when these values are low. That makes sense for night color. How am I still messing around with this? Yeah, why is it that... Because it should be that I see this in the dark, no matter what, before I see it in light. I'm trying to think about this. Essentially, I need this to not apply when it's too bright. And I want this dip where at a certain light level, you're not even getting night vision. Your color vision is like slightly there, so like overrides it, is the idea. But I think what's going on is that because night color is computed with this luminance prior to the color fading, you end up with a really bright night color. So I guess perhaps what I could do is I could multiply the night luminance by 1 minus the color fade, right? Could I do that? Multiply night luminance by 1 minus the color fade. Because that would take care of this. This is what the intention of this was supposed to be. Here. Color fade is 1 minus this curve, and then I would multiply this by the opposite of that. So as this value approaches 1, we have less night color. And then this should then go away, I think. Actually, it should probably stay there. Should probably stay there. Because this ensures that I stay on color if color should be shown. Because taking that would mean that then I would be transitioning to the night color faster. Okay. Let's give that a try. Please, 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 please. Please work. There is color. And I would hope that night vision will not pretty much go where color could be. There should be a dark patch between night vision and color. I'm seeing the night vision leak in. Damn. It's like fully in there now. It seems like it didn't do anything at all. How did that do nothing? Seems like it straight up just did nothing. Like it straight up doesn't care. It's like, oh yeah, I see that there's color there, but... Yeah, that's just super duper sucks. Yeah, this is at like -5. This is so far away from it. This is so far away from it. Like, this should be what happens. It should get really, really dark, and then this comes in. So I'm just doing something wrong. This function is based purely on x, which means these curves have to be based on the same thing. Are these curves not based on the same x? Scene luminance plus luminance, scene luminance plus luminance. Maybe I have a bad calculation for the actual luminance of these pixels. That's so weird to me. I don't get this. Minus c of x. C of x is 1 minus that. Relax. Either my understanding of what should happen is wrong, or the code has a mistake. There's just no dark spot in between these two. And man, I can drag this all the way up and this still stays like that's the full color. So why is it like that? Should I make this more extreme? I mean, I guess I could. Then it just looks really... It looks bad. Okay, let me go back to the original problem. The original problem I was trying to solve here, after I got this all set up, was making it so that color is essentially subtracting night vision. Is that all I have to do? I need to make it so that color subtracts night vision. Compute a luminance value from color and subtract that from night vision. I can't, because the way that I get this out here is because this is like technically color, right? The only reason I can see this is because exposure is bringing it down low enough to bring in this color. So I can't just use the color luminance. I mean, I guess I can, but I can't use it after I apply exposure. But I already know that. I get the luminance before I apply exposure. I'm even multiplying this by that. Which, I mean, I guess does nothing, because this value is already going to be quite high, close to 1. Would I do 1 minus night luminance times color fade? Okay. How can I fade in darker areas first? Guarantee that whenever I'm adding night vision, it starts in the darkest spots. I mean, the thing is, I think it's already doing that. This already starts in the darkest spots. Even more so with this. But when night color comes in, it's still really bright. So I think there needs to be some term up here that keeps this dark when it gets brighter. Should this be multiplied by its own curve? Maybe it should. That would make sure it stays dark. But that seems wrong because maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. This could be multiplied now by night fade. And then I would fade this in with night fade. And lucky for me, it just so happens that these line up nicely, so maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign. This means it will fade out when color fades it. The luminance drops out based on the luminance of the color prior to exposure. I mean, it's definitely still starting there, which sucks. But maybe now I'm just on a tuning thing. I mean, just why don't I get... What is it? I don't know, maybe this should be inverted or something. Okay, so here's a very clear problem. Color curve is maxed out, but night curve is coming in. That shouldn't be happening. Color curve should be taking over night curve. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know, maybe that's secretly a good thing, but it's not. What am I doing? Speak French. Je ne parle pas français. There you go. I learned French in high school, but I can't speak. I could listen to and understand, like, maybe a third of French. Maybe a quarter of French. I'm getting blinded. What if I make the curves more extreme in this sense? That I square this value. So it gets close to 0 very fast. That kind of sucks because it actually makes it not reach 0 as fast as I would like it to. That seems like it makes it worse somehow. How does that make it worse? How does it make it worse? Because values over here come up, which I don't understand. Oh, I need to square the whole thing. Okay, yeah. Okay. We'll try this. Waiting for night vision. Still waiting. Ah. Night curve is all the way down there, of course. Why does that look like that? That is so weird. -3 is a good value. How can I make this start on the dark pixels? I mean, this is fine. Kind of. I don't like it. It's like very saturated. It looks strange. I don't know, maybe it doesn't look strange. Like these didn't really separate very far. Because this should be coming up faster. Or I guess this one, yeah, this one comes up faster, doesn't it? When I square it that way. So it's still not making sense to me. I need to understand why. Okay, I gotta figure it out. I would like this to not show up in the areas where the color could appear. But I think the way I'm computing it now is... I mean, that's actually exactly how I'm doing it. Wait. Yeah, night luminance. Should I be using night luminance? Or the curve? Actually, yeah, because I think I want this to not be affected when stuff is exposed in color. So I guess what I would do here is I would fade this, before I fade this out, I want to say, alright, how bright would this be if I didn't fade it out? And use that brightness Can I do that? I can use this luminance for... I mean, no, I didn't even... Oh, damn. I want any exposed color prior to doing this fade to remove night vision. Alright, so let me do this. Alright, so I get the exposed luminance. So color will fade out based on just this. And then night will be affected by this exposed luminance. I will subtract I guess I can leave color fade there, but then this I will add exposed luminance. Scene luminance plus exposed luminance. So this means it starts applying based on the darkest pixels. And perhaps there it can have night luminance. Night luminance is just to get the right color there, but I guess I can also multiply this by Not multiply this by night fade, but multiply this luminance by this sucks. This sucks so much. I kind of thought I had it for a second there. Essentially, my idea was to then make this fade operate on I want this color to go away based on the luminance of the color. I almost want it to be like the opposite exposure. I could take the scene exposure that I have Is that what I could do? Night color times night luminance times I mean, could I just apply the exposure again? Times the exposure. Could I really just do that? This could help. Maybe here I can figure out how to tune this exposure so that it's I can't multiply by some constant value. I would have to multiply this by something in here. Okay, so this one, I don't need that. The reason it's starting in the bright areas is because I'm not actually exposing the dark areas first, which is what I should do. It should be so that the dark areas are actually getting brighter, and not just that I'm coloring it. That's exactly what I did the first time, though. I was exposing the bright areas. Let me just see what this does. I'm sure it's probably not going to look good, but I gotta find out. It's probably not going to be good. Why do I just feel like nothing changed? Why does it feel like nothing changed? The lack of the air on top of the plane, on top of the wing, yes. The less air. Or sorry, the faster moving air. It's actually more air. Never mind. Right? Yeah, but the... Why does color not remove this? Did I get rid of that? Anyone on like -1? Okay. I swear I know how planes fly. It's a lower pressure because it's moving faster. I mean, so really it's the same amount of air. It's the same amount of air. It's just moving faster. So... fly by setting gravity to off. So how am I stupid? Because this is not removing, the color being here is not removing the night vision. And it's supposed to be. So why do I suck? Yeah. Minus color fade. So what's up with that? I mean, yeah, this should be pushing it down. What is going on? I blend in this. And then night fade. Night fade does subtract that. It subtracts color fade. So why does the color not overwrite? Why? Because in theory, this is what I've written here, right? I've done this. Do I see blue here? Do I see the yellow line here? All right, do I see the blue line here? No. The blue line is 0. This is what I have written. So why am I getting any color? No, it is this one. Like this. Or should this be squared here? Probably should be squared there instead. Yeah. Square it. And then do a max of night fade minus the color fade. Do this, and then I bring in night color according to night fade. Which should be none at all. What the hell? I'm just gonna reload project. Don't save. I feel like I'm getting lied to. I feel like it's lying to me about this shader being reloaded. Math proves God exists only because only he is able to find X. Okay. Alright. So anywhere there is color right now, I should never see night vision pooling it. It should not happen. Color removes night vision, absolutely. It definitely does. Oh wow. It's removing the night vision. So I was being lied to. It was just straight up not doing it. But now this looks crazy. So when I bring this down, yep, there goes night vision. Bye-bye. Well. It's getting really, really bright. That is like broken looking. Definitely broken looking. How long has it been like technically functioning or something? And I've been messing around with stuff and it's like just been being annoying for some reason. And not working. Okay, well, how long have I been lied to? This is my question. So let me try getting rid of that multiplication by exposure there. And I'm going to reload project because don't save. Alright, show me the night vision. Godot Druna is a weird comic. I don't know. I'm not a reader. I'm not a reading kind of guy. I say that, but I've like asked for books for Christmas but also I still haven't read them, so. Alright, so this looks awful. This looks really bad. I really wish I knew this looked bad before I kept trying to go on with it. What is going on, man? Why is this so stupid? Yes, we're back to being lied to, yeah? Okay, we're not. Guess I just can't have what I want. I can't have it, I'm not allowed. Go on TikTok, you'll find some nice books to read there. I don't think I don't think I will find books to read on TikTok. I feel like that's not how that works. That is definitely green. What do I do here? I just bring this down until like it looks fine. And then I bring this down until color shows up. It's so bad. I hate it all. I hate it all. I am going to give up on that. I just am. Spent so much time working on this, and it still sucks. Okay, leave world as it is. Tone map. Just gonna reset. Auto exposure. That one I won't reset. So I gotta be careful when I write this. Really project, don't save. I don't believe anyone is putting anything educational on TikTok. And if they are, no one's watching them. So what I think I will do is I can still try to recover this a little bit. First of all, I can delete these. I can still slightly alleviate this by taking this curve and subtracting the would I like subtract the night luminance? Or yeah, the night luminance? Or just the luminance of it, I guess, I don't know. Or would I just subtract the brightest pixel? I'm not there. It would be here. Yeah, let me just do this. Actually, yeah. It takes off night vision for whatever color you might be getting there. Well, now I broke it. Oh, there it is. Why did that come up so high? Did that really have that big of an effect on it? Oh, this is after exposure. Whoops. This thing is so weird. It's like it removes, like detaches compositor effects when you change screen, but it keeps them in memory. So even if you hit reload scene, it doesn't actually update the compositor. It just like, it just uses the same one from before you hit reload. I mean, it fixes it a bit. Maybe I could just bring this down. Or I could square it. Why not? Squaring things always seems to help a little bit. It really annoys me that I haven't found a good implementation for this. I guess I've kind of only tried one, right? Which is just going off of the screen. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. I'll sit there. Another possible implementation is essentially putting a light source on the player. A blue light source. And increasing the brightness of this light source based on based on their night vision value. Or I guess more the exposure value. The exposure value times the night vision value. So you have to be at a low exposure, And you also have to have night vision active. It would mean you can't see very far. I would also have to make sure I put it directly on the player's camera. Otherwise you would spot shadows. It would also mean if I ever make it multiplayer, that system completely breaks. I guess I could somehow set it up so it's only on the client side. I guess that could work. Should I try that? Should I try putting a light on the player and essentially dumping a lot of work that I put into this? I don't know, maybe I like this. Like how that looks. How it even turns those colors washed out. Maybe I could make it so the auto exposure drops even further than this. And thus would make this curve further apart. Black squares back. That's always an issue. The sky banding. Because when the color values get this low, I lose precision. I lose precision very quickly. I can't do this. I guess I could make this like -4 then. Do I have something weird going on with exposure again? I feel like before I go any further, I need to like save this. Save that specifically. Save that specifically. And I need to reload the project because I'm kind of not believing something right now. Evidenced by the fact that it just got a lot darker suddenly. What if I subtracted the luminance square rooted? Is that too much? Is that going to be way too much? Because these values are really small, which means this value is going to get a lot larger. I think. Just testing. If I can improve it at all. So yeah, this should probably be like at -4 then. I guess like -4.5. Okay, it's all lit up. Interesting. That it. That is really bright. That gets really bright. And that still looks like enough color to me, honestly. So now I just have to test that daylight doesn't start creating Night vision. I can't go stand like a shadow and look at the ground and get night vision. I mean, maybe I can get some, but it shouldn't be very much. Yeah, because auto exposure defines when you start getting night vision. So this should be high enough that night vision doesn't happen. We'll have to wait to see if night vision shows up or not at this point. It's fine if there's a little bit of it. But I guess I was looking at that light. Okay, there's definitely night vision now. I think so, at least. I mean, that could also just be the color of the sky. So there's that. Maybe I'm lucky, and that slightly masks. The color of the sky masks the night vision, perhaps, a little bit. Possibly. You can still just fix it by looking at this. And then looking over here. And seeing if the color changes. I feel like no, it doesn't. Was it putting my mouse in the middle of the screen when I track this? I feel like I'm not seeing night vision. I must have some of it because this looks kind of blue. This guy is actually still super bright, so. But it should get dark pretty fast. Well, there it is. This is definitely like night vision fading in, right? Is this? This doesn't feel blue. Is this blue? Wow, it's like really not. It's really not blue at all. Why is this all the way up here in like the ones now? Okay, I'm gonna say that whatever I did didn't really help, and it just made this strange. So let me do the multiplication instead. No, 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 no. I need to like seriously just stop and leave this. You know, yeah. This is probably a good thing that I just stop and leave it and probably come back to this sometime in the future and try it again. I remember I made progress on it, and by progress, I really just got implemented what I wanted to implement. And I was more just happy that it was working, at least a little bit better. But after being with it for a bit, I'm thinking I just don't like it. And I don't know, maybe just putting a light on the camera that turns on when you're in the dark. And only you can see this light, so it's multiplayer friendly. And it will do nothing about this. This will still be the same color. It'll be dark over there. And it's only near you. And if you walk over to the lights, I mean, I guess you would see it fade in a little bit, but you would have to be like looking down on the ground to notice that, right? You wouldn't be like, oh, what's that? And then just be like, oh, wow, that's really blue over there, right? So let me go with that. Re-import this. I think this is at like -4 or something. Not save as, just save. And again, maybe I just say, hey, I like it, and just keep it. Style. Or just it looks bad. I don't know. I don't know which. Maybe all I need is someone just to tell me, hey, that looks cool. I'll be like, oh, okay. Sure, it looks cool. I don't know. Right about there. Okay. I'm accepting this. Bring this back to 575 and 15. Or sorry, 757. And I think I actually have to hit save, or no, I did. Light curve went up to -4.5. This one went way up. Auto exposure there changed. This okay. Reduce impact, yeah. Night vision. Changes at slowest rate. Always. Auto exposure uses fastest speed when exposing it up. And fastest, what is it like? And previous speed, previous brightness, speed. When going down. Night vision affects bright areas less and adjusted night vision parameters. Not happy with it, honestly. But well. What now? I free myself from this struggle and I throw myself into another. So fog at dawn and dusk set with a curve. I could do that. I could have fog roll in. I think I leave that for the future. I'll leave that for the future. I will move these down to this list. Okay. I'll just call this done. That's not exactly what it was, but... This, I know what I'm going to do for that. I can remove all this. I have committed all of that. That all... That can honestly just go to the list. To the regular to-do list. Okay. Is it really going to tell me that I added all of this? No, okay, it did not. It's just, I've just deleted all of it. Good. That's fine. Whatever, it's fine. And then, remove ramblings. Okay. Title update. Okay, I'm onto this movement bug here. I want to get this removed quickly. I don't want it anymore. No movement bug. Also, what is... Oh, the moon shadows on at the same time. That's exactly what this is. Where is it? This is two shadows, right? Yep. So that sounds like a bug to me. Sounds? That looks like a bug to me. They should be shutting off the moon. If moon is not visible, turn this off. Otherwise, if moon... I mean, yeah, this is fine, I think. The moonlight energy. Wait, where's this updated? This could be updated here. Tick skylights. This could tick there. This doesn't have to go here. I mean, really what should happen is that these should be running here. Yeah, that seems like a bug to me, so let me just reload the scene. So since I put it here, it should be fading those shadows out. And it's not. It's definitely not doing that. Or it should be fading the... Oh, it has faded the moonlight out. But it didn't turn off the shadow. The light energy is at 0. Which is really strange that it doesn't turn the shadow off. But it should. What is going on with the frame rate here? What is happening? Is this because it's two shadows rendering? Like what? Is it that it's already at 0? No, it can't be. Let me have this print out the light energy. Right, of course, I forgot where Python, which has standards. Oh. Is done. And light energy is 0. Huh? Is it like constantly setting it back to something and then it's not 0? Oh, it's turned it off now. That's funny. That feels really stupid. Reload. Cool, we're fading in. Very, very slow, of course. Shadow should be on right now, too. Good. Okay. We reached the value that it wanted to reach. And I should see it turn off the shadows when it's done. There. Wow, nice. So, why do these shadows do that, though? It's just weird shadow stuff no matter what. No matter what I change here. Oh, maybe I'll leave that blur. Yeah, it seems like it has like no impact. Okay. So why is energy back up to like 0.346 though? What, man? Why? When the sun came up, it should have said if moon shadow is not enabled. Otherwise, if moon shadow is enabled. No, this should just do that, always. If it doesn't have a target set. Or the target is not 0. If no target is set or the target is not 0, set the target to 0. Or moonlight energy target is not approximately 0. Oh, it's done now. Then it sets the energy back to this value. Why? Why does it do that? I mean, I guess that's fine. It's kind of dumb, though. Like, I think that shouldn't be set that way. We should always be either fading in or fading it out, not doing this. Because this turns the light back on, which I don't want to do. Put this down here. What the? I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. This is spaghetti. This is crazy spaghetti. It's really annoying. Really upsets me. But that has to be done this way because this thing is really stupid. Also, I wonder if it should just turn off shadows immediately. I think it probably should. It probably should just turn off shadows immediately. If shadow's not enabled, turn it on instead of target. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise literally just turn off shadows right away. Why is this such a like a low frame rate? So dumb. So we turn them off when we're going to 0. We turn them on when we're going to 1. If the move's not visible, we turn them off. And then down here, I don't have to do this. They're already off. I don't know why I hit play. I'm not doing anything. Okay, so they're currently off. So it goes both the horizon. We can fade the mood in. Very cool. And then when the sun comes back up, we're fading it out and shadow's already off. Good. Good. Shadows are off. You know what, let me just do 165. The time of day. I almost feel like if the moon is up at all, if the sun is up at all, we don't need to fade the moonlight out. Whatever, I'll leave it. Because I think it's always the case that it's not. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. Okay. The weird movement bug. Let's bring me over. To the movement. Please. It's definitely most noticeable on a slope. That's my forward. Okay. What's going on with this movement thing here? Oh, I gotta turn that printing off. Why is this so bright? What? Why is this actually so bright? This is too bright. This should not be so bright. I don't think so, at least. I don't know, maybe it's just been a while since I looked at this game when it was bright. Or something. Oh no, it is like weirdly bright for some reason. Okay. Oh, there's code there that I forgot to delete. Wait, what? It is making it bright. Okay. I need to delete some code now. Is it only this file? Let me just go ahead and commit this. Um. I gotta delete some code here. Sky intensity. It is all going away. No more sky intensity. This all goes away. That all goes away. Even that. Alright, no bugs. No bugs. No. I don't know what function this is, bug. Why did that just change when I hovered over it? Okay. Yeah, I can see it here. That still annoys me so much that I haven't figured that out. Staircases just suck. They like are super slow to you. I mean, stepping up, see, is like good for the first step, and then it's... Why am I going up to the left like that? I end up on like a step higher. I hate stairs. Yeah, so what was the last thing that I changed about walking? Because I'm still seeing it. Closing all this, I'm done. No more. Please. Ah, flashbang. Super flashbang. I would like to save that one though, that's fine. Actually, maybe not like quite like that. Sure. Okay. What's the last thing I changed on movement? I mean, yeah, I'm just looking at this code history here. Update jump input behavior. This is something about snapping for sure. This is movement speed. It's not snapping. It's all just movements. Okay. Didn't really see anything there. I've like never figured this one out either. Where is... This is where... the snap? Yeah, snap down happens here. Fix character movement on slopes. If not grounded. If we got grounded, we weren't grounded. This slows jumps on the frame after hitting the ground to apply properly. That one is quite suspicious to me. So keep that one in mind. It could also be step up, because I feel like I see it there too. There's nothing very recent for that one. And apparently I just scrolled straight past snap down. Yeah, let me see the last commit to this one. So this is just adding that. Yeah, that's only speed. Yeah, anywhere that I change my velocity, I need to be suspicious of that. So yeah, I'm mostly suspicious with this one. If we are not grounded. Because I was saying it feels more like it's snapped down. And this would be removing that vertical velocity I have. Does it happen when I go up a slope? I feel like I see jittering when I'm going up this slope. Wow, that's really... I guess let me just go to where I'm like applying velocity changes and print it out. There's only a couple places. So I'll just print. Um, There's actually like literally just 2 places that I manipulate velocity directly. Alright. Let me run with this. Landed on ground. That's probably why I'm so jittery. I really saw it here. I saw it a lot just there. I saw it immediately when I was walking into it. I'm seeing it happen. Yeah, I'm seeing it happen a ton. Okay. This is the landed on ground. It is this. I wonder if what I do instead. This is supposed to take vertical velocity from ground if we just hit it. This allows jumps on the frame after hitting the ground to apply properly. The problem is that this is happening way too much. I'm going from no ground to having ground too many times. Should this instead be if I don't have ground for 2 frames, I apply this. Maybe that's what I should do. Grounded should probably be like 2 frames ago. If I'm not grounded for 1 frame, that's fine because I just apply some velocity downward and try to find ground. But if I don't have ground for 1 frame, I shouldn't then just immediately change to say, hey, I'm not grounded anymore. Because is grounded checks for this ground state. So my thinking there is that I don't want to do that because that puts a 1 frame delay on being grounded or not. Maybe what I could do is I could ask, if I don't have ground, draw a very short ray cast down to see if I actually do have ground. Because I have ground details, which is this. we have ground details position. I could essentially just try to draw a line down and see if I hit very close to that position. And if I do, then I say I still have ground. And I mean a very short line. I guess what I do is I take my current position, which should be near this spot. Let me try to find where... Yeah, get collision point. I think that's acceptable. If I don't have ground, if I end up not getting ground, I guess let me just do this. Let me say, and ground details is just object, so that's a copy when I write that. Just take a copy, and then I guess what I would do here is if after I run through this and I don't get the ground, okay, so I'll do this, do a very short ray cast down. So I'll draw a very short ray cast down. Should probably be done with this soon. Yeah, you know what? Dinner is ready. It is dark. I'm past 10 hours. So I'm going to write down exactly what I'm going to do here and then come back to this and do this tomorrow. I might do it. No, I'll do it tomorrow. To do. Use a ray cast to check if previous ground is still there. Then apply last back to ground details if it is. Possibly update parameters if needed. Use a, let me also this. Then apply ground details if it is. Possibly update parameters if needed. If not, run the snap down. low. And I'll say why. Detaching. But keep reality in check. If ground does move away / disappear. Okay. And that's it. That's the stream. No more night vision. No more skybox for a while. I might do the light. The light's probably the best thing to do, and it's so simple. And I can leave exposure down very low and just have this light be like a super monochromatic color. What is it? Sunk cost fallacy. I can't fall victim to it. If I need to delete code, I need to delete it. Even if I think it's cool. If it doesn't work, I can't use it. Alright, well, thanks for watching, chatting. Really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.